I just want to take a few seconds. Now that we've had time to digest and think about this prorate, I do want to just go over a couple more possible scenarios of prorating. We talked about the other day were specifically with taxes. And we said with taxes, this year's taxes, either they have been paid or they have not. So whether or not they've been paid or not, we need to figure out who owes whom. As we said, a true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. Another prorated entry between buyer and seller could be HOA dues. So if we're in a subdivision with an HOA, that's another shared expense. Again, same thing. Somebody's going to owe somebody some money. It's going to be a debit to one party, credit to the other. Either the seller has paid it prior to settlement or they have not. The only thing different with HOA dues and HOA dues and this year's taxes is you're not going to have the double debit thing with HOA dues. So HOA dues are just going to be a true proration, debit one party, credit the other. Another scenario, we said the three things that we typically see prorated are this year's taxes, HOA dues, and the third one, which I just accidentally slipped and gave you, was rent. So I do want to look at what rent proration looks like just to make sure we're on the same page here. And for our purposes, rent is due and payable on the first of the month, unless the problem tells you otherwise. Always do what the problem says. So if we have rent, let's see, today is, no, I can't do today. Let's see, the first of the month, and then we have next month. And then let's pretend that we go to closing on November 28th. Rent was paid to the seller on the 1st of November. And when the tenant paid rent on the 1st of November, they paid for the entire month of November. The property is going to switch hands on November 28th. And then on December 1st, the tenant will pay rent to the new landlord. So when this property changes hands, landlords change. The lease terms stay the same. The tenant stays the same. This would be an example of an assignment. All the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. And getting that assignment, getting that new lease is absolutely something that the closing attorney can help with. So everybody with me so far? Tenant pays the seller landlord rent on November 1st. Property switches hands. On December 1st, tenant pays rent to the new buyer landlord. Everybody with me so far? So we got to do something with November's rent, because remember, when we prorate, we're going to consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. And when we talk about rent, what we're saying is that means the seller gets to keep rent for today because the seller is responsible for the day of closing. That means starting tomorrow through the rest of the month, so for the next 2 days, the tenant and the rent belong to the buyer, to the new owner, we should say, after tomorrow. So our rent proration in this scenario would be you take your monthly rent, divide it by 30 to get daily, and then you have 2 days of rent that the seller owes the buyer. Debit the seller, credit the buyer for those 2 days of rent. The seller's going to keep rent on the day, good morning, on the day of settlement. The buyer, the new owner, gets the tenant and the rent starting tomorrow. Questions on that? One last proration, I'm not sure if you'll be tested on or not, but it's worth mentioning because we've talked about it. And there's another thing that we could prorate. This is a more unique situation, which is why we're not rattling off with our taxes, HOA dues, and rent. But we could run into a situation where the buyer assumes the seller's loan. If the buyer assumes the seller's loan, they're not originating their own loan. They're not getting a brand new loan. They're taking over the loan payment from the seller. And at closing, so again, we got our dates here. Let's do it like this. So if the buyer is assuming the seller's mortgage, assuming the seller's loan, the seller makes the mortgage payment on November 1st, like they always do. And remember, interest is paid in arrears. What does that mean? It's behind them. So when you make that payment on November 1st, or when the seller makes that payment on November 1st, they're paying October's interest. Property changes hands on November 28th. On December 1st, the buyer or the new owner now gets to pay the mortgage payment. And when they make that payment on December 1st, they're paying November's rent. Not rent. I'm stuck on rent, aren't I? They're paying November's interest. Let me say that again. Seller makes the payment on November 1st, pays October's interest. Property changes hands on November 28th. And then on December 1st, the buyer or the new owner, we'll call them, makes the payment, and that covers November's interest. Interest is paid in arrears. So the interest of that month will also be prorated because the buyer will be responsible for the entire month. So again, if we stop and ask ourselves who owes whom, the seller owes the buyer quite a bit of money in this case, don't they? Because they own the property for the majority of November. So we would do a proration for rent from the first of the year, seller's responsible for the day of closing, and it would shake out, good morning, as a debit the seller, credit the buyer. The seller is paying the buyer for the interest that the buyer is going to have to pay on the December 1st payment. We're not skipping a month because we're not originating a new loan. Again, when the buyer assumes the seller's loan, they just take it on and start making those payments as the seller always did. So again, with proration, I just think I think the timeline is so helpful. If you guys have started practicing prorating, is anybody prorating with the timeline yet? See some head bobs. Good. I just think the visual is helpful to draw it out and see it. And then you can think it through. Who owns the property here? Who owns it here? Who's responsible for the day of closing? And anytime you prorate, your number one question is always, who owes who? Because I'll be honest, you guys, when I prorate, that's the biggest challenge for me. Once you figure out who owes who, that helps you to determine what's the debit to one party and the credit to the other. But stop and ask yourself that. Who owes who? So rent, HOA dues, and this year's taxes are the biggest things that we see prorated. In practice, in the real world, I think we're going to start seeing buyers assuming sellers' loans. They're going to want to capitalize on those historically low interest rates that were originated a couple years ago. So we very well might be dealing with these buyers assuming the seller's loan transactions in our very near future. So I just wanted to throw this one in. I don't think you'll be tested on it, but I just wanted to throw it in just to get your gears going. Questions or comments on just prorating in general?
The only thing that won't stick with me is the day of closing. Like I get confused if I know you said if it's prepaid, the day of closing is for the seller.
We're always going to assume the seller responsible for the day of closing when we prorate, unless we're told otherwise.
Okay, so
So
always assume the seller the day of closing unless told
the
otherwise.
seller is responsible for the day of closing when we prorate. That's the key. When
Okay.
we prorate. If we're not prorating, each party's paying their own fees that day.
Okay.
Now, if the problem says the buyer is going to pay interest on November 28th, then you got to do what the problem tells you. But
Gotcha.
otherwise, we're
Thank you.
going to, yep, Seller's responsible for the day of closing. The key, the trick, hear me, when we prorate. Thank you. Anything else on prorating? Okay. So let's get back into Unit 17. And we were in the throes. We just got started. We just got introduced on a few of these concepts of Unit 17. And really all we've done so far is just talk about how the appraiser has the responsibility of determining value. The real estate agent determines probable sales price or probable lease price by doing our comparative market analysis or our broker price opinion. We're going to get back to the broker roles. We're going to get back to the CMAs and the BPOs in just a minute. But in the meantime, starting up back where we left off, we need to have a better understanding of this word value. Can we all agree value is in the eyes of the beholder? You guys ever heard that? Doesn't that make perfect sense? Let's bring that home to real estate. The seller is naturally going to have more value in this property than the buyer, because to the seller, this is their home. Blood, sweat, and tears went into this place. Oh, remember when little Johnny fell over there and scraped his knees? There's memories, there's emotions, there's feelings. It's a home, you guys. To everybody else in the world, it's just a house. So the seller comes into this naturally with more value. Everybody agree with that? Makes sense, doesn't it? They have the value because they have more into it. The appraiser's responsibility is to determine value through the eyes of the consumer, not through the eyes of the seller. Because who's buying this property?
The consumer.
The consumer. So we want to make this an attractive product to them. And it's the appraiser that determines that value. So a couple characteristics of value. And as they say, in order to have value, you have to have dust. So a couple components when the appraiser is trying to determine value, they're going to look for the demand. Is there a demand for the property? Does the consumer want it? If the consumer doesn't want it, you don't have demand, you don't have value. The utility of the property. How can the property satisfy the consumer's future needs? Sometimes, let me say that I'm all about homeowners doing what they want to do to the property while they own it. Fix it up, make it your own. It is yours. Just understand all of your improvements may not be as valuable to the next owner. I'll be honest, when I start reading custom built this and custom design that and custom, I tend to get a little nervous because who is that customized for? It's going to be the person that did it, the current owner, right? Do those customized items have value for the next owner, for the consumer? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But homeowners need to understand, do what you want to your property. It's all yours. You just may not get that full return if the consumer doesn't see the value, if they don't have that utility, that envision of the future use. Value can also be characterized by scarcity. Land is very scarce. We only have so much land to go around, right? This is why a lot of our cities, our big cities, they go up. You can only go out so far. So what's your other option? Let's start going up. So land, we have a very limited supply of land. And then the last thing is transferability. How easily can we transfer ownership? Is the seller able to pass clear marketable title? Is the property in satisfactory physical condition? How transferable is it? So one thing that the appraiser, remember, the appraiser is the one that gets to use the word value. You guys start working now on taking that word out of your vocabulary. The appraiser, when determining value, then first off, one of the things they're going to consider is dust and how dust affects that property. Market value of the property is the most probable price. a property will bring in a competitive and open market. The appraiser's job is to offer their opinion on what they believe the consumer will determine the value of the property. Who actually pays that purchase price? It's the consumer. It's not the appraiser, is it? So the appraiser's not saying this is what it's going to sell for. The appraiser's saying this is my opinion on what I think is the most probable price. Everybody with me? Appraisers offer their opinions. And I think we discussed the other day, if you have two different appraisals on the same property, couldn't you get two different opinions? Couldn't you get two different amounts? Absolutely, because these are, I'm not telling you what you're going to pay for it. I'm telling you, this is my opinion of what I think you should pay for it. Yep, just for land. Yep. So let's compare what the appraiser does, called market value, to what the buyer does. The market price is what the buyer is actually willing to pay. The market value is what the appraiser determines that they think it is worth. So when we talk about value, again, it's that appraisal process. The appraiser is offering their opinion. Market price is what it actually sold for. As we've discussed, when the buyer originates a new loan, the appraisal is required. The lender will require it. The lender requires the appraisal to determine the market value and can compare that to the contract price to determine how they're going to originate the loan. Remember, in the eyes of the lender, value is defined as the contract price or the appraised amount, whichever one is less. So that's why we have the appraisal process, is to give the lender that information so they know how to originate their loan. Market price is what the buyer is willing to pay for it. Well, we're also comparing, let's compare market value to market cost. Again, market value is the appraisal process. Market cost is any past expenditures. You're not going to get 100% return on your investments. Have you guys ever heard when you buy a brand new car, the second you drive it off the lot, the moment you hit the street, it starts losing value, doesn't it? And that's the same thing with market cost. Is a brand new roof more valuable than a 30-year-old roof? Well, yeah, absolutely. But a brand new roof, a 5-year-old roof, you're not going to get 100% return because that roof has already been driven out on the street. Does that make sense? Any of these costs, and I think a lot of sellers or a lot of homeowners, I know they keep track of the money that they invested into their home, into their past expenditures. And I think one thing that we need to help educate the consumers, the homeowners, is they're not going to get that 100% return. Again, you guys, especially when they start rattling off custom this and custom that, it wasn't customized for the next owner. It was customized for them. Like we said, is it going to fit future owners' needs? We don't know. A lot of it may depend on just how customized it is. So we're not going to get 100% return. We cannot compare. We cannot determine value by money that has already been spent on the property. When you buy a home, you just know that there's money that's going to have to be spent. Every once in a while, you got to buy a new roof. Every once in a while, you got to slap on a new coat of paint. You got to do HVAC. What else you got to do? Various things. So those are your past expenditures. Can they help to add value? Well, of course, but you're not going to get that 100% return. There's some forces that influence value, some social forces, as trends in marriage and divorce rates continue to fluctuate, family size, we're living a lot longer than what we ever have before, aren't we? So longevity, just dynamics under the roof are constantly changing. We're seeing adult kids moving back home with mom and dad. Heck, we're seeing mom and dad moving in with adult kids. So family dynamics are changing. Social forces are constantly changing. And these are forces that the appraiser keeps up with to help them come to their opinion of value. Economic forces, employment levels, if unemployment rates are high, if unemployment rates are low, you may have areas that has a major warehouse or a major industry or plant that shuts down. When you see on the news that somebody had to lay off 200 or 300 employees, that's going to affect the economic forces of the value of properties in that area. Taxes fall under economic forces. Current taxes, as taxes increases, that could affect the values of the property. Political forces influence value, various governmental activities, zoning, changes to zoning, building codes. Let's see, we got a presidential election year coming up next year, don't we? I've been in the industry for 23 years. I can't tell you how many presidential elections I've been through. I'll let you do that math. But I've noticed every time we come up on a presidential election year, right around the election, real estate takes a slight pause because everybody's waiting to see the results of that election before I spend my money on a house. And when the presidential candidates change sides, the other side comes out of the woodwork. They've been hanging on to their money for the last 8 years, and now their guy's up and they're going to spend their money. So presidential elections, even your local mayor, local government elections, those are all political forces that can affect the value. Your environmental conditions, the topography is the lay of the land, your infrastructure, which your nearby highways and bus systems, and how can people get around? Proximity to jobs and amenities. We all have our own. We have our grocery store, don't we? Is your grocery store probably not too far away from your home? Those are your physical forces. If you move away from your grocery store, you got to find a new grocery store, which means you got to relearn where everything is. So you'd rather just stay where you are, and you know where everything is. Those are your physical forces. So there's a lot that goes into determining value. As I mentioned the other day, to become an appraiser, you have to go to school and take a test and pass. And then once you get licensed as an appraiser, you got an apprenticeship. You got to follow for, I've heard, like 200 appraisals, which means you got to shadow somebody around before you can go out and start doing on your own. Is anybody an appraiser? No? Okay, we'll see by the time we're done with this unit. So there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot that goes into for the appraiser to offer their opinion of value. Starting on where are we? Page 459. We got to define just some basic definitions of some words. These are appraisers' words. If you guys see a test question on this slide, I imagine what you would have is a scenario, and then 4 of these would be your answer choices. So again, just a very basic understanding of these words. First off, we have highest and best use. You guys remember this? Wow, we talked about this in Unit 1. Doesn't that seem like forever ago? Don't feel bad if you don't. I told you don't worry about it. We'll get there. So now here we are. Highest and best use is an appraiser's term. The appraiser is always going to determine the highest and best use of the land right now. Does that necessarily mean how the property is being used? No. It's the appraiser's opinion of what that land's highest and best use is. The land can only have one highest and best use at a time, but be prepared for that highest and best use to change as it does. Think about your favorite shopping center. I wouldn't be shocked if once upon a time ago we learned that your favorite shopping center was farmland. Once upon a time ago, that land's highest and best use was probably agricultural. And then the cities grew and things changed and a highway came in. And now areas changed. And now you have your shopping center, and today its highest and best use is retail. Could you buy that land, knock down the shopping center, plant corn? Sure, as long as it's zoned for that, it's your home, you property, you do whatever you want to, but you wouldn't be maximizing on its current highest and best use. So the appraiser is always going to determine that highest and best use. The theory of substitution says that when the consumer has essentially two different items that they're comparison shopping, if they have two similar items, similar in amenities, similar in features, the theory of substitution says that the consumer is naturally going to go towards the less expensive one. Again, similar. We're not talking about apples and oranges. We're talking about granny apples and red apples, right? We got two different, very similar products. The theory of substitution says the consumer is going to go for the less expensive, the cheaper of the two. Supply and demand, another thing we talked about way back in Unit 1, mentioned to you. Supply and demand affects the value. Economics 101 says when supply goes up, demand goes down. When demand goes up, supply goes down. What kind of market we are in revolves around supply and demand. Now, real estate agents don't sit around and talk about supply and demand. What we talk about are buyers markets and sellers markets. Right now, we are still in a strong seller's market. Seller's market meaning supply is very low, but demand is high. One day that pendulum will swing back and we'll be in a buyer's market, and now we have a high supply and a low demand. So supply and demand affect the market that we're in, who's in control. Conformity addresses how it matches, how the property matches its surrounding areas. If the property doesn't conform, I'm not telling you it doesn't have value, but it may affect the appraiser's decision on how they're placing that value. Have you guys ever been out on a nice Sunday afternoon drive and you're in this back windy 2-lane road somewhere in the middle of nowhere? Thank goodness for GPS so you can get yourself out of there. And you're out in the middle of nowhere, tunes are up, windows are down, and you're cruising along, and you're driving by ranch home after ranch home after ranch home, and then you round the corner and bam, there's this monstrosity up on the hill that has like a 5-car garage and a fence and a pool, and it's 3 stories, and yeah, that thing doesn't conform. It doesn't match its surroundings. And that's what we're talking about, conformity. Does that big monstrosity have value? Well, yeah. It doesn't conform, though. It doesn't match its surroundings. Anticipation is some kind of future benefit or detriment that's going to affect the value. Maybe it's based on facts. Maybe it's based on rumors. But something's coming that's either going to help or not this property. Where are my Kernersville people? My K Vegas people? Yeah, how about that belt loop? You guys know what I'm talking about. How long has that thing been coming? The anticipation of that has affected some of the property values in Kernersville, where the expected belt loop is now. We're seeing it being built. It's so exciting. But the anticipation of that thing coming for the last 20, 30 years has affected some of the value in those properties. Contribution. Any improvement, how improvements on the property contribute to the overall value. Again, I'm all about homeowners doing what they want to do while they own the property. It's yours. As long as you're not breaking the laws, go nuts. Just understand that your contributions, your improvements may not add value for the next owner. It adds value to you, but value's in the eyes of the beholder. So it may not contribute. It may not add that value. For example, not all neighborhoods can support granite countertops. You want to put in granite countertops? I say go nuts. Just understand that contribution, you may not see the full return on that if the neighborhood doesn't support it. Competition. When I think about competition, I tend to think more of retail, commercial retail settings. So let's go back to your favorite shopping center, specifically my Winston-Salem people. Thruway Shopping Center. And the idea of competition says if we can get you here, then if one of us can get you here, we can keep you here to keep spending money. So Thruway Shopping Center has a Moe's. Man, I'm already talking about lunch at 9:30 in the morning. Sorry. But let's say you guys want to go to Moe's for lunch today. You go to Thruway to Moe's. What does Thruway want you to do after you eat at Moe's? They want you to stay and shop. Yeah, they want you to go to Rack Room Shoes, and they want you to go to that little kitchen gadget store, and they want you to go to Dewey's. They want the competition to attract you. And once they're there, they want you to stay. They want you to hang out at Thruway and spend more money. So the competition how that contributes to value. And then just change any physical and economic conditions. Trying to determine the one thing the appraiser does is they're studying the market trends, just like real estate agents. We're studying these trends. We're aware of the change. We study things that happened in the past that can better help us predict the future. The appraiser as well help us determine what kind of changes we can expect. If there's, rumors out there of some kind of zoning change could affect the values, for example, the appraiser is going to want to determine how that change is going to affect the overall value if it's approved, if that zoning amendment is approved. So just some basic principles of value, some very basic words. Again, if you see a test question on these, I think they'll give you a scenario, and then A, B, C, or D will be any four of these. I won't spend all your study time on this, but I do think looking it over, just being familiar with the basic words, there could be a test question right here. Questions on these words?
I have one, Julie.
Yeah.
Do you mind giving like a question so in my mind I can match up with a word just for my head's sake?
I do in the online learning system and at the end of Unit 4. So we have Unit 17's questions there for you. Helping, and they may not give you something like that, but they're going to give you things to help you, understand these words a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
So let's switch gears just a bit and let's talk about this appraisal process. Our appraiser's hats are on. And the appraisal process, there's a couple different classifications of data that the appraiser is going to look at. Specific data is specific details of the property. Specific data is specific to the property that the appraiser is trying to get their opinion of value on. General data then is details about the neighborhood, the surrounding area. How does that affect the specific property with the specific data? So they look at a couple different processes here, a couple different classes of data. And in your books, 461 to 462, new book people, old book people, you're on 438 and 439. This just gives you an idea of the appraiser's process. I'll let you guys look at the steps, kind of give you again an idea of what they do from start to finish. Where we're heading with this conversation, the appraiser can take one of three approaches to determine value. So there's three different approaches that the appraiser can use to help them determine value. Those three approaches are what we really need to focus on in Unit 17. So we've just been building up to it. So the three approaches to value that the appraiser can take, they have different systems, different methods for these approaches that we'll talk about. And they're going to use as many of the approaches as they can to help them arrive at their opinion of value. So we're going to talk about these three different approaches. The first approach the appraiser may take to determine value is called the sales comparison approach. The sales comparison approach takes the subject property. The subject property is the one that we're trying to define value, that the appraiser is trying to define value. So they take the subject property and they study the subject property, and they learn all the features and the amenities of the subject property. And then they go out and they find 3 or 4 properties that have recently sold nearby. So by looking at 3 or 4 properties that have recently sold, also referred to as comps or comparable properties, by looking at these 3 or 4 comps, the appraiser can determine, when I study these comps, I know this is what a buyer was recently willing to pay for it. And if we were to make some adjustments to the comps, that will allow us to determine what the buyer may pay for the subject property. So with the sales comparison approach, the theory behind it is the value of the subject property is loosely based off of what other consumers have paid for similar properties in this area. It's a comparison. If you paid $180,000 for the house across the street and it's very similar to the subject property, there's a good chance that another consumer will pay about that much for this subject property. So we study recently sold comps, things that have recently sold nearby. And using those comps, we can make adjustments for the appraiser to determine their opinion of value for the subject property. The sales comparison approach is the best for resale single-family homes and land. That's one of the big distinctions between the 3 approaches to value. Depending on the property type, we'll let the appraiser know which approach to use. So again, if the appraiser is trying to determine value on a resale property or land, they're going to have more weight. They're going to have more input from the sales comparison approach. And with the sales comparison approach, we only make adjustments to the comps. The appraiser doesn't adjust the subject because the subject is the one that they're trying to put their opinion of value on. So adjustments, monetary adjustments, are made to the comps for the appraiser to help them determine, if I make these adjustments to the comps and make it match the subject, this is what a consumer will consider paying for it. Look with me, if you will, page 469, new book, 446, old book. And what we're looking at on 446 or 469 is the sales comparison approach to value. We have our subject property, which is 155 Potter Drive. That's the property that the appraiser is trying to determine value. So they went through and they studied 155 Potter Drive. So here's your location, your age, the size of your lot, the construction, how many bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. They went through and studied 155 Potter Drive and gathered the information. Then the appraiser went out and found, in this case, found 5 comps. They found 5 properties nearby that have recently sold. So you can see there you got comps A through E. And we have the sales price. We see what a buyer was willing to pay for each. And then we go through and we compare. It's a comparison. The appraiser compares comp A to the subject. They compare comp B to the subject, comp C to the subject, comp D to the subject. And adjustments are made to each comp to adjust the value. So we go through and then you see, we'll come back, but go back down to the bottom. You can see the net adjustments and then the adjusted value. That is the adjusted value as that comp relates to the subject. Please listen to me. It is the appraiser's job to determine what the value of a bedroom is, or the value of a square foot, or the value of a fireplace. It is not mine and yours job. We will talk about how we relate to this in just a second. But for your exam, when they want you to make adjustments, they got to tell you the value of what they want you to adjust. So I never want you guys worrying about, how am I supposed to know what a bedroom costs? You don't have to. They will tell you. And in the real world, this isn't our job to figure out the cost of a bedroom, the value of a bedroom. So that's why they have to give you those adjustments. So you will notice back in our figure in our books, some adjustments were made to the comp. So for example, if we look at comp A, we got a lot of similarities here. Same. Oh, but when we get down to the condition, the appraiser has determined that comp A's exterior condition is better than the subject property. So in order to make it match the subject property, the appraiser has to deduct value. They're going to deduct that $1,500. So now that exterior condition matches the subject property. Never ever adjust the subject. You always adjust the comps to match the subject. So let's pretend this line is our subject property. This is our subject. If you have a comp with superior features, you have a comp that has a feature higher than, more than the subject, the appraiser is going to come in and deduct the value of that feature so it matches the subject. That's what we're looking at comp A here. The appraiser has determined that the exterior condition is better than in the comp than it is the subject. So how do we make the comp match the subject? This appraiser is going to deduct some money, deduct some to value. Go over to comp B. Now we have some conditions that are poorer, that are less than the subject. What do we have here? The location and that exterior condition. So when we look at comp 2 or comp B, I should call it, they're inferior to the subject, which means the appraiser is going to add the value to make up the difference of the location. The appraiser is going to add the difference to make up for that exterior condition. I want you guys to, we're going to do a little exercise together. We're going to do something to help us better understand this, better remember this. But I need you guys to back up and give yourself some room because I don't want you to punch your laptop or your desktop. So back up and give yourselves a little bit of room. Stand up if you want to, if you feel the need to get the blood flowing. I want you guys to shake your hands out. Let's get loosed up a little bit. All right. Take your left hand, make a fist, put it right out in front of you. Pretend like you're punching. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. We're going to call your left hand your subject property. And we're going to learn that your subject property is never, ever going to move. I'm going to have your left hand going to sleep by the time I'm done with it. Okay. Everybody good. Your left hand is your subject property. Now I want you to take your right hand, make a fist, and put it straight up over your head. Which one is higher? Your right hand. You guys look great, by the way. Okay, so if your right hand is higher, now let's bring this into appraisal terms. Let's say your subject has 3 bedrooms and your comp has 4. Comp has more, right? Comp has more number of bedrooms than the subject. What do you have to do to make your comp match your subject? What do you have to do to make your right hand match your left hand? You lower it. You deduct that value of that 1 bedroom. You deducted the value of a bedroom, and now your hands match. Anything that's superior needs to be deducted to match. Right? Take your right hand, shake it out. Keep that left hand up. I'm telling you, it's going to go to sleep by the time I'm done with you. Now take your right hand, make a fist, and hold it down by your side. Now your subject property still has 3 bedrooms. Subject property didn't change. Subject property now has 3 bedrooms, but now you have a comp with 2. Which one is higher? Which one has more? Your subject. So what do we need to do to make comp 2 match your left hand? We need to add. So I recommend the hand trick. I got you guys doing all sorts of funny looking stuff in the exam, don't I? I got you looking at your butts. I got you counting on your fingers. I got you doing, you know what? Do what you got to do. I recommend the hand trick. And you got, I know in PSI testing center, you're not going to be doing this full blown, but you can do a little modified version of it, right? While you're sitting in front of your, but as you're studying these comps, use the hand trick. I have a subject. The comp has something superior, which means I need to deduct. You have the subject, the comp has something inferior, which means I need to add. Never, ever, ever move your left hand. You can shake it out now. We're good. Never, ever, ever move your left hand, because we never adjust the subject. We adjust the comps to match the subject. And that's what's going on here in our book, 469 or 446. The appraiser's going through and making those adjustments to the comps to match the subject. We're trying to make the comps as similar to the subject as we can. Again, the theory behind this approach says, based on what buyers, consumers recently paid for these 5 properties, by making some adjustments, theoretically, we can predict what a consumer would pay for the subject if it matches those comps. We're comparing subject to comps. So let's talk about some of these features. The sales comparison approach. Again, the appraiser's looking for 3 or 4. We want 3 or 4 good comps. Date of sale. We want things that were recently sold. Generally speaking, the appraiser tries to stick within 6 months. Depending on the market, they may need to go back longer. They may need to go back to a year. We also want location. We want something that's nearby. Trying to determine value, trying to compare properties that are on the other side of town or the other side of the county. You can't do that. We need things that are local. So again, we try to start small, maybe a quarter, a half a mile radius, and then build out if you're in a subdivision or an HOA or something that you can use. So we try to keep recently sold nearby properties. Physical features. First off, we need to make sure that the type of properties that we're comparing are the same. Could we agree it's not fair to compare a condo to a 2-story brick ranch home? We're not even starting on the same page here, are we? We're not even in the same book. So we want different, similar types of properties. We're going to look for condos and condos, townhomes and townhomes, ranches and ranches, as similar type as we can. And then we also want as similar physical features as we can. Similar number of bedrooms, similar square footage, similar lot size. We're looking for similar physical features. Please understand this. No 2 properties are the same, ever. Even in your cookiest, cutterest of neighborhoods, when you walk in the front door, everything changes. No 2 properties are exactly the same. So you're never going to find the appraiser is never going to find an exact match. That's why they're looking for similar physical features. And then we're looking for terms and conditions of the sale. Depending on the market, the appraiser may or may not want to use, for example, foreclosures or short sales. I remember prior to the housing market crash, appraisers never used foreclosures because they weren't typical terms of the market. Then the housing market crash hit, and guess what? Foreclosures and short sales were running rampant. So they had to consider those because they were typical of this market. So they're looking for terms and conditions of the sale. A foreclosure is not fair to compare a property that wasn't foreclosed on unless it's typical of that market. I think another good terms and conditions of the sale is whether or not it was an arm's length transaction. An arm's length transaction, generally speaking, buyer and seller don't know each other. They came into this as strangers. If it weren't an arm's length transaction, I'd really like to think, for example, that if I were to buy my parents' house, they would cut me a deal. They would give me the daughter benefit, the good daughter benefit, good daughter discount, right? So the terms and conditions of the sale of that property may not be reflective of the current market because I got a deal on it. So the appraiser's looking for these things to see if there's any outliers, see if there's anything that affects that value. When the appraiser is selecting comparables, again, they're looking for things that are as similar to the subject as possible, understanding you're never going to find an exact match. So we're looking for things that are similar. Condo to condo, again, number of bedrooms, number of baths, similar square footage, lot size. I don't know, does it have a fireplace? Does it have a garage? Whatever the appraiser determines is a valuable piece of that property will be things that they're looking for. We also want things that are recently sold. Typically speaking, the appraiser is only going to go back about 4 to 6 months. Market changes, you guys. The market changes. I mean, we've seen the values of property go up just since we've been in this class. Things have been happening rapidly in real estate the last couple years. So comparing what you paid for a house today versus comparing what I paid for a house across the street 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, that was a different time. That was a different market. So we want things that are recently sold, things that are current to what's going on today in this market. Again, generally speaking, looking for about sold 6 months ago. But if you don't have many sales, we may need to go back a little bit longer. Once the appraiser studies the comp, studies the subject, then the appraiser is the one that puts the dollar value to the differences. So back to our books, the appraiser is the one that determined $1,500 or $1,000 for the exterior condition. Again, I never want you guys stressing out about how you're going to determine value for your test. When we look at these practice problems in just a second, they will tell you the value of a bedroom. They will tell you the value of a bathroom. They have to, because we're not an appraiser school. So they will let you know when we make those adjustments. And once the appraiser goes through and does their thing, study the comp, study the sales comparison approach, then they do a correlation. They don't use simple averaging. It's more of a weighted average. So for example, when I look at comps A, B, C, D, and E, the comp that had the fewest adjustments, actually D had none at all, didn't they? Yeah, so D didn't have any. D is obviously the one that's closest to the subject property. Obviously, whatever they studied wasn't considered that value. But in other words, D is going to have more weight than the other comps because it had less adjustments. After D, then we're going to look at A. The fewer adjustments we make, the more similar the comp is to the subject property. We're going to do a couple of these. We're going to do some in just a second when we get back. But the idea, again, behind the sales comparison approach, we're looking for properties that recently sold nearby. And the theory is, if a buyer was willing to pay this amount for this property, if I make a few adjustments, then a buyer will be willing to pay this amount for the property across the street. And that's what we're doing with the sales comparison approach. Questions so far? So when we come back from break, we mentioned the comparative market analysis. And what we do with the CMA is awfully similar to what the appraiser does with the sales comparison approach. So when we come back, we're going to compare those two. We're going to talk about the sales comparison and the CMA. And then we're going to do a little bit of math on some of these sales comparison approach. So bring your calculators if you don't have it with you. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back, we keep going in unit 17. Okay. We are back. So I am taking attendance. All right, take your appraiser's hat off. We're going to kind of compare a little bit. So we've talked about the appraisers. One of their approaches to value is the sales comparison approach. And as just mentioned, it's awfully similar to what we do as a broker. So let's compare the two. The appraiser uses the sales comparison approach to determine value. That's their job, is to offer their opinion of value. The broker uses the CMA, or the comparative market analysis, to determine probable sales price or probable lease price. Listing agents, when you're sitting at that listing appointment, good morning. When you're sitting at that listing appointment, the seller looks at you and says, "What's my home worth?" You need to pause and think before you respond. Anybody have a bad habit? Just open your mouth and let whatever fall out, fall out. Stop, think, count to 3 if you have to. But when that seller looks at you and says, "What's my home worth?" I need you to be careful, because we can't use words like "it is worth this much," "the value of it is that." I'm not an appraiser. I can't say those things. So we look at the seller and we say, "Based on my CMA, I think your probable sales price is." Another big difference between us: the appraiser, when they're using the sales comparison approach, will give an exact number. Back to our charts, 469 or 446. If we look under the sales comparison approach there, and you can read about how the appraiser comes to the value, but you see the appraiser arrives at a value of 116,500. They give a specific amount. When we're giving our probable sales price, we're going to report it in a range. So if I were looking at this CMA, this as a CMA, I would look at the seller and say, "Based on my CMA, I think your probable sales price is going to be between 112,000 and 119,500. You guys see that low to high there on the sales comparison approach? So if this were my CMA, I would say, "I think your probable sales price is going to be between 112,000 and 119,500. When we and the appraisers are finding our comps, looking at these comparable properties, we all use the multiple listing services, the MLS, for this information. The appraisers use the same tool that we do. They just do more. And when we're looking at this information, we can, when we're studying these comps in the MLS, one thing we also a lot of times have access to is the history, and you can see pictures of the comps if they're loaded, if they're there. But by studying these comps in MLS and specifically looking at the pictures, that's going to help us determine where on the range we think we should land to list the property. Remember, what we're looking for is probable sales price. I'm not telling you what I'm going to list it for. I'm telling you what I think it's going to sell for. So if I'm telling you I think it's going to sell for 112 to 119.5, how I'm going to list it from there depends on how it relates to the comps. If all of your comps have been updated, all the bathrooms and the kitchens look nice and shiny in the pictures, and your subject has not, we're probably going to fall on the lower end of the range. If your subject is the nice shiny one and all the pictures in the comps are not, you guys with me, then we're going to fall on the higher. So using the MLS, another tool to our advantage here. So I'm not telling the seller we're going to list it between 112 and 119.5. I'm telling you this is what I think it's going to sell for. By the way, we also do CMAs for buyers. When that buyer looks at you and says, "This is my dream home, how much should I offer?" We're going to do a CMA and say, "Buyer, I think your probable sales price is between 112 and 119.5. So there are some differences in what we do with the appraiser. With our broker hat on now, The CMA is just an informal version of the sales comparison approach. The CMA is what we do. We always report and arrange, never ever give a specific number. Now, this is one place that CMAs and sales comparison approaches differ. The CMA refers to current and expired listings. The sales comparison approach is always going to only look at closed. Now, my CMA, we're going to look at closed as well, but also in my CMA, particularly when I'm talking with the seller, we also want to look at properties that are currently available nearby, and we want to look at expired. Why, when I'm talking to a seller to help them arrive at value, why would we care about what's active? Why would we care about what's currently on the market? Nearby, similar properties nearby. That's right. I'm getting in the chat. That's our competition. If the house across the street's for sale, don't we need to be aware of that? Don't we need to know what we're up against? That's our competition. Sellers determine the list price. We help provide the information for them to arrive at that, but ultimately they're the ones that decide what the list price is. And what I've learned in my years is that for sellers, it comes down to two things: time versus money. How fast do you need to sell, or how much money do you need? Do you need more time? Do you need more money? So studying what's currently for sale allows us to determine what our competition is. Also, when we're helping sellers price, we want to look at expired listings nearby. Why would we care about those? They're not on the market anymore. They're expired. Yeah. I don't know specifics. I wasn't there. I wasn't involved with the conversation. But what I do feel comfortable saying, for whatever reason, at that price, that house did not sell. I want to say it's too high, but I'm going to say, for whatever reason, at that price, everything has a price. Can we agree with that? Everything has value. And sometimes it's determining what that price tag. You guys ever go clothes shopping and you got the clothes rack in the back of the store that's been discounted 2, 3, 7 times? They expired. They lost traction from the front of the store, expired their way to the back, and probably hit a price slash on their way back. For whatever reason, nobody was willing to pay that price. Same thing here. Sometimes sellers can be unrealistic about the price, and I don't think that's true. I think sellers come into this with more value than everybody else. And I think a big part of what we can do is help the sellers understand that what you think is worth is not what the consumer thinks it's worth. So let's say, for example, you're talking to the seller. You said, I've done my CMA. Based on my research, I think your probable sales price is going to be between $112,000 and $119,000. You're in really good condition, and we're still in a strong seller's market. So why don't we go ahead? I'm making numbers up, by the way. Why don't we go ahead and list it? We're in a strong seller's market. So let's list it for $135,000. Maybe I can get you more than $119,000 in this market. If we were in a buyer's market, this list price would be a lot different, wouldn't it? But we're still in a strong seller's market. So let's get the seller a little bit more money. And the seller says $135,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. Actually, Julie, what I was thinking that we could list it for $195,000. What do you think about that? You look at the seller and you say, wow, that's kind of pushing a little bit. We're way off here, aren't we? We are way off. You guys always remember, we are fact finders. I provide the information for them to make a decision. Can I make them list it at $135,000? No. All I can do is put the piece of paper in front of them. All I can do is put the CMA in front of them and say, this is where I got to the numbers that I got to. If this seller is adamant at $195,000, this is where expired listings are going to help. Because now you can show the seller, look, the guy 3 houses down tried for 8 months to sell his house and he never did. And he was at $190,000. How do you think you're going to sell it at $195,000? You guys with me? So we can use these to our advantage. Guys, bottom line, if this seller's unwilling to budge and you don't believe in your heart of hearts that you can sell it for what they expect, we may be doing them a better service by walking away. You do not have to take every single listing that comes across your desk. You do not have to work with every single buyer. Some people have different realities and expectations. And again, if everything inside you is saying there is no way this thing can sell for 195, why are you setting these false expectations for your seller? Why are you wasting your time, your money, your energy into advertising this property that you know darn well isn't going to sell? I don't know much about life, but one thing I do know is that numbers don't lie. And when we're looking at those CMAs, when we're looking at those comparisons for the sellers, this is what a buyer was willing to pay down the street. This is not. How do you tell this that you're walking away without upsetting them? We can, massage that a little bit, right? I might have been a little blunt. I wouldn't be that blunt to a seller. We can massage that a little bit. But I would just be honest with him. I don't think 195 is realistic. I don't want to waste your time. I want you to pursue selling this property at 195. I don't think I can do it. Best of luck to you. If I can help you in the future, let me know, for example. Are they going to get upset? I don't know. It's easy to upset people, isn't it? What's Tay-Tay teach us? You got to shake it off, guys. So we're going to look at current expired listings. CMAs need to be kept current. Anytime throughout the listing, again, the market we're in is unique. The fact that homes are selling within days or now weeks is unique. A more normal market, properties are going to be on the market for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months before a buyer comes along. That's more normal. And that's where we're heading back to. Anytime throughout the process, the listing process, that we want to talk about adjusting the price. Maybe we've been on the market for 3 months and we haven't had much activity. And the seller calls you and wants to talk about a price reduction. We need to be pulling a new CMA because the market today is different than the market 3 months ago when we listed it. How much different? Probably not much. But if I want to talk about current price today, then I need to have a current CMA in my hand. So anytime we talk about price throughout the listing process, we need to have a current CMA. What do you think? Are you guys going to keep these CMAs in your transactional files? If I can ask another question, are you going to document? Yeah, because what do we document? Everything. So you do a CMA, you give them one, and you keep one for yourself in your files. You make sure that we always keep a copy of everything every time you do one for this seller. And then the other thing about a CMA, this is a client level service. For customers, if you're a seller sub-agent, for example, and you're working with a buyer customer, I can provide a customer with market data. I can hand them some papers with some numbers and some information, and here's some good comps and some market data. Customers don't get the client level service of the interpretation of the data. That's a big difference in first class and coach, isn't it? Customers, I say, here's a piece of paper, let me know what you want to offer. Clients, I'm like, let's sit down and have a conversation about this. Let's interpret it. Let me tell you what you need. That's a client level service to get that full explanation. So with these CMAs, when it comes to us, of course, we could face disciplinary action for not properly, competently handling these things. We are just introducing you this in pre-licensing. You're going to get more in post, but the real way to learn about CMAs is once you get your license, you affiliate with a firm, and then you start doing them yourself. The first few you do, the first few listing appointments you do, or the first few buyers you work with, you should have a broker charge or somebody in the office that they assign you to work with that's walking you through these things, that's helping you with these things. Maybe your firm offers training. The local board of realtors. I'm a member of the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, for example. And I know about once a quarter, they offer a CMA class. So the training is out there, it's available. It's just a matter of you're going to take advantage of it or not. If you don't take advantage of it, though, that doesn't matter because the real estate commission is going to hold you accountable if you're not performing these things in a competent manner. I'll be really honest with you guys. It's really easy to go in to the system, to MLS, to pull a CMA. They generate the report for you. You go in and clickety click and hit generate report, and boom, there's a professional looking CMA. When we're in there clickety clicking, that's when we need to be clicking competently. That's what we need, the criteria that we're selecting, the information that we're looking at. We just can't go in there and click, click, here you go. We got to take some time looking at these things, studying these things, studying those comps and those pictures like we talked about. So just know that there's training out there. I'll tell you another unique thing about CMAs and BPOs. This is one of few things that falls under both license law and commission rule. So when you get out there and you start performing these things, well, even in post licensing, we'll address more about license law and commission rule to make sure that we're doing them competently. Any questions or comments so far? Okay, appraiser's hat back on. Okay. For the appraiser, one way that they may use to determine value of, for example, a bedroom. One tool that the appraiser may take to help them arrive at value of various features of the property is to study the comps. So if the appraiser were trying to determine the value of a bedroom, the appraiser runs out and they find two comps. They're similar to the subject, but they find two comps that are similar. Comp 1 has 3 bedrooms, it sold for $250. Comp 2 has 4 bedrooms, it sold for $254, $500. Through the eyes of the appraiser, these were the big differences. Everything else was similar enough not to have value. So based on this information alone, the appraiser could determine in this area that the value of a bedroom is $4,500. So this again is an appraiser's tool. And one thing they may use to help them determine the value of the bedroom. I need to stop sharing just for 1 second. Bear with me. So let me come back and get you guys. Okay, so once the appraiser goes through, and they have other methods too. I mean, this is not the only way that they use to determine value. They, you and I study, we are the experts of the market, our industry, and we study our market. We know what's going on. Appraisers, they live and breathe the market. They are much more involved, much more in depth. So there's more obviously than this that goes into it. But this is one, method that they may use to help them determine that value of a bedroom. So now that they've determined that, along with some other things, we've also discovered the appraiser, again, for your exams, they have got to give you these amounts. But the appraiser, through all of their research, has determined in this area, a bedroom's going for $4,500, a bathroom's going for $4,000, and a fireplace is going for $2,000. And you're going to see these types of questions on your exam. They give you information on the subject property. This one has 2 different comps, information on the comps. And the question is going to be either what is the probable sales price given this information, or what is the value using the sales comparison approach. When you guys come across these, I recommend taking the problem and setting it up similar to the sales comparison approach that we just studied. So for example, you got your subject property. It has 3 bedrooms. 2 baths, and a fireplace. So this is our bed. This is our bath. And this is our fireplace. And then we have comp 1 that has 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, and no fireplace. And then we also know that it recently sold for $118,000. What we know is based on this information, some buyer was recently willing to pay $118,000 for comp 1. And then we can go in and look at comp 2. And it has 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2 baths, and it has a fireplace, and it recently sold for 126. So again, you don't have to do this, of course, but I tend to see on the left a lot easier than what I see on the right. So you do whatever's easiest for you. I like to break it down so I can see what it is that I'm looking at. So if we need the probable sales price, the first thing we're going to do is compare comp 1 to the subject. We don't compare comp to comp. Remember, the subject property is the one that we're trying to find the value or the probable sales price. So if we look at comp 1, we can see my subject has 3 bedrooms, comp 1 has 3 bedrooms. Do we have any adjustments to make? Those are pretty equal, right? So they're similar there. Then I see my subject has 2 bedrooms and comp 1 has 1. Do I have an adjustment to make? Do I need to do something here? Yeah, and what do I need to do? I need to add. I need to add the value of a bathroom to my comp so that it matches the subject. Again, the problem tells me bathroom is going for $4,000 in this area. And then my subject has a fireplace. My comp does not. The appraiser chose to use fireplaces. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's another reason why it's an opinion. Some appraisers may use different information, different features than others. This one wants to study, they found value in the fireplace. So if your subject has a fireplace and your comp does not, what do we need to do to make that match, to make that add up? We need to add, that's right. So we got our fireplace, we got our bathroom. So if we take the 118, which is what a buyer was willing to pay for it, and we make those adjustments, if we were to adjust the comp to match the subject, what we would be saying is the subject property theoretically could go for $124,000. We adjusted the comp to match the subject.
So is it gonna be like the cheaper of the two?
Cheaper of the two. I'm not understanding. Cheaper of the two.
The lowest price, like comp 1 is about 124. Oh, we haven't done 2 yet.
Yeah, not yet.
So I'm just looking at the 126. Okay, that's what I was.
You're getting ready to do 2 though, Kiki. Don't worry. but yeah, So we'll answer that question in just a second. So that's a great lead in. I want you guys set your chats to private, and in a private chat, compare comp 2 to your subject property, and tell me in a private chat what the adjusted value of comp 2 would be. answer that in just a second. Victoria, yep. Does it want to get away from me? About 20 more seconds or so, and we'll talk about comp 2. Okay. So studying comp 2 as it relates to the subject. My subject has 3 bedrooms. Comp 2 has 4. Are they the same? No. So what do we need to do to make comp 2 match the subject? We need to deduct the cost of a value. This is higher, so I need to make it match the subject. How do I make it match? I deduct. It goes, our brain tries to fight us on this. It's higher, so you want to add, right? That's what our brains say. This is why I want you guys doing the hand trick, because that helps us see what we need to do. Never ever move your left hand. So we're going to deduct the value of a bedroom, which the problem tells me is 4,500. My subject property has 2 bathrooms. Comp 2 has 2. Do we need to do anything? Nope. Subject has a fireplace. Comp 2 has a fireplace. Do we need to do anything? So the only adjustment we need to make is our price of 126 minus the whatever that is, minus the bedroom. And so now we have an adjusted value of comp 2. Comp 2 now matches the subject property because we deducted that difference. And again, you guys, the appraiser, this is why it's an opinion. There are lots of comps out there. I could choose 3 comps. You could choose 3 different comps. We would come across back with 2 different numbers, wouldn't we? I could choose to study the fireplace. You may say a fireplace isn't important. I'd rather study the garage. Because these are all, this is why we have different opinions. This is why, because it depends on what the appraiser determines, and they determine what to study and what to do by studying the subject property. What are the features of the subject property that make it valuable? Those are the things that I want to adjust my comps to match. So then this appraiser said, well, I think the fireplace is pretty valuable. Another appraiser may say, no, not really. That's why it's an opinion, because it's just, and when we say we need to do these things competently, that's what we're determining is what is important, what does add to or deduct from that value. So now, probable sales price, we would report in a range. So Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I think your home will sell somewhere between here. Again, in real life, you're going to be looking at 3 or 4 comps. We just looked at 2 for timing purposes. But if you can look at 3 or 4, you have a more secure range. The appraiser doesn't report in the range. So Kiki, back to your question. The appraiser doesn't report in a range, and they're not going to do simple averaging. So in other words, they're not going to add these up and divide by 2 and say this is the value. The appraiser is going to put more weight on the comp that had the less adjustments, on the comp that is the most similar to the subject property. Now, I'm not telling you comp 1 doesn't mean anything in the eyes of the appraiser, but they're going to put more weight on comp 2 because we had fewer adjustments to make. And so the appraiser would put a value on it, something closer to the 121.5 than the 124. I would say it'd be a little bit more than the 121.5 to account for that. And that's what we mean by the correlation. They're not going to add it up and divide by 2. Once they have these numbers, now they go in and continue to study them. This is a process. This is a process.
Thank you.
Of course. Other questions? Can I erase the orange? Okay. So the sales comparison approach is one of three approaches that the appraiser can take. Let's put our appraiser hat back on. We're done being a broker again for a minute. Let's put your appraiser hat back on. Sales comparison approach is one of the approaches that the appraiser can take. Sales comparison approach is best when studying resale and land. Do we have that written down, please? Sales comparison approach is best for the appraiser when studying resale properties and land. Another approach to value that the appraiser may consider taking is called the cost approach. And the cost approach is best if the property is a special use property. Special use property, think schools, churches, libraries, hospitals. We don't have, hospitals don't sell on the regular. I don't have anything nearby that recently sold. So we can't rely on comps when we're looking for these special use properties. So instead, the appraiser may look at the cost approach if this is the property. Also under special use properties would new construction. A lot of times when the developer is building a new subdivision, for example, or even if they're just building a new house on a lot, the other homes in the area are older. They've been around a lot longer. Even if they were just built in the 80s or 90s, it's not fair to compare something that was built in the 90s to something that's being built today. So we can't use comps until we get enough new construction sold in that subdivision that we can start relying on that. But until then, cost approach is typically best for new construction. And the theory behind the cost approach, the appraiser puts a value on the land as if it were vacant. In their mind, the appraiser removes the structure. And they say, well, if I were to sell the land vacant, what would it sell for? And then they put value on the structure as if we were going to build it today. So studying the two, I'm building this hospital today on this land. What would you sell me the land for? What would it cost me to build the hospital? And that's what we're looking at in the cost approach. When we're building these structures that already exist, a couple different approaches. The reproduction cost, the appraiser is going to look at if we were to do an exact duplicate only at today's prices. So think of like a historic building. We got to build it in a certain way so that it remains historical, right? So it'd be a reproduction cost. It's a duplicate. It's at today's prices though. The replacement cost is not an exact duplicate, but it serves the same purpose. So if we were going to build a new school today, building a school today is different than building a school in the 60s, right? So if we were to build a new school today, we're not building an exact duplicate, but it does serve the same purposes. So our cost of the building, reproducing the building or replacing the building. The appraiser also relies on the square foot method. The square foot method tells us how much does each square foot cost. A lot of times cost per square foot is very common. We saw this back in Unit 4. It's very common language when you're talking to developers, because the developers, they got to look at everything: labor, supplies, permit costs, production, taxes. They got to take all the costs. And they said, if I add up all my expenses, how much does it cost me to build all these square feet? What do we say the word per means? A lot of times, yeah, divide. So if we determine the cost of the building, I'm making numbers up. Y'all want a big house? Let's say the cost of the building is $550,000. We determine, or the appraiser learns, that there are 3,500 square feet. So how much would each square foot cost? Cost per square foot says you just take the cost, divide it by the number of square feet, and we would learn that every single square foot costs $157. The appraiser would learn that every single square foot costs $157. It's the quicker method. It's the most commonly used method to get a number to work with. Builders talk a lot of this language as well. Other things they may consider, which aren't used as common, but they may, instead of the square foot, they may use a unit in place method, which is just the cost of the unit of each individual building component. So how much does the labor cost? How much do supplies cost? How much does overhead cost? And that helps them. Each unit adds to the total cost. And then the quantity survey method, all the raw materials needed to build the structure. So when all that lumber comes in on the back of the truck, what's that quantity? Again, these two are not used as common. I would focus on the square foot method. And then another thing when trying to put value on the structure that the appraiser has to take into consideration is that we're not building this thing new today. This thing actually exists. And because it's an existing building, we have to take into account depreciation. The appraiser has to take into account depreciation. Depreciation is just the loss of value for any reason. Doesn't matter why. For some reason, somehow you're losing value. And the appraiser looks at 3 different types of depreciation. We're going to talk about each of these. Each of these affect how the property can lose value. So first off, we have physical deterioration, which is just ordinary wear and tear. And there are 2 types of physical deterioration. You have curable, which means it's physically and economically feasible to cure. Physically and economically easy to fix. Slapping a new coat of paint. Man, a new coat of paint does wonders for the value, doesn't it? Nice and shiny and new, it looks great. Slapping a new coat of paint on it, that's curable. That's something that we can easily and physically and economically cure. You could also be dealing with incurable physical deterioration. These are like, let's say, major structural issues. Boy, I'll tell you what, once you get into structure, you start dealing with money. And it might be that fixing the structure, fixing this house, if you fix this house, it may not be worth it. You may not be able to get your money back. I would like to put my disclosure in that I'm not a structural engineer, and I'm not telling you that this house has structural issues. I cannot say that. However, in my professional opinion, if my buyer were looking at this house, I would say, I think you need to talk to a structural engineer, because doesn't this thing look like the next gust of wind is going to take it down? It could be that it's more to fix it than what it's worth. And that's why it's incurable. So physical deterioration is normal wear and tear. Another category of depreciation is functional obsoletes. And again, we have 2 different types. There's curable functional obsoletes. These are outdated designs. So curable, my bedroom growing up had blue shag carpet, and I wish it looked this nice. That's a curable functional obsoletes. Shag carpets are out of date. Coming back, but right now they're out of date. Brass fixtures are coming back. They were out of date. As these outdated designs, as we can update these outdated designs, then that would be a curable functional obsoletes. We're doing away with our, or have done away, hopefully, with our blue shag carpets. An incurable functional obsoletes then is one, again, that is just not economically feasible to fix. It's not economically feasible to cure. An outdated design. It's a cute little house, isn't it? I found it in the MLS a couple years ago. I said, what's wrong with this house? What's wrong with this house? Nothing. It's just got some outdated designs. This house was built in 1920. It's obviously had some updates since then. We can all agree with that. Because of the year it was built, 1920, this house is 4 bedrooms and 1 bath. Today, That doesn't work for us, does it? We all want our own bathroom. Is it economically feasible to add? Is it physically possible to add a second bathroom? I don't know. But if it's not, then it would be an incurable. Maybe zoning doesn't allow it. Maybe it's not economically feasible. Another good example of an incurable functional obsolescence would be a home that didn't have central AC. You just have AC window units. Could you add AC? Sure. Is it economically worth it? If you put in central AC, could you get your money back? And that's what we're studying here with this functional, incurable functional obsolescence. The third category of depreciation, there is no curable or incurable. The third category is all incurable because there's nothing we can do about it. And this is our economic obsolescence. These are our outside forces that affect the property. Winston-Salem people, you guys know Village Tavern at Haynes Mall. Of course, we all know Village Tavern at Haynes Mall. The road that runs behind Village Tavern is Griffith Road. And if you go the whole way out to the end of Griffith Road, it ends at Clemensville Road. And what you're looking at here is a picture of the intersection of Clemensville Road and Griffith Road, which is also a sewage treatment plant. And there are a lot of homes on that intersection. And I'm telling you right now, if you drive by here on a hot August day, it does not smell good. This is an economic obsolescence. What can you do about it? Unfortunately, nothing. Does it hurt the value? Well, homes near a landfill. Again, you may catch a whiff of something every once in a while. Those are outside forces, economic obsolescence. Once upon a time ago, Canton, North Carolina, up in the mountains, used to be a paper mill town. It's not anymore. Once upon a time ago, Canton stunk. The whole town. Paper mill towns do not smell good. The whole town smelled like a paper mill town. That was an economic obsolescence. Questions on our different depreciations, different things, and this is all things that the appraiser is considering. Depreciation. Also, under the cost approach, the appraiser has to look at, with depreciation, they have to look at the age life of the useful life. If you have, for example, a building that is, I don't know, it's 10 years old, but it has a useful life of 40. And what I mean by useful life of 40, the useful life is how long the building continues to add value. And if we determine this building can keep adding value for 40 years, it's 10 years old, we still have a useful life left of 30 years. And we're not getting all bogged down in this, but just the idea behind what the appraiser is looking at. So the economic life, the useful life, help the appraiser determine how much of the value of the building has been used and how much is left. How much is considered for the remainder? Like we said, you're not going to get 100% return. So if we're studying how much useful life, economic life you have left, then that'll help us determine the value of the building today. And a common method to do all this, a common way to do all this, is to use a straight line method for depreciation. So for example, if we have a building, we estimate that the useful life is 40 years. What we're saying with the straight line, what was our previous example? We had a $550,000 building. If we determine that our $550,000 building is going to be useful, is going to have value for 40 years, I take the cost of the building today, divide it by that useful life, and we learn that with everything rolled in, useful life, economic life, depreciation, the straight line method says that we're going to depreciate the same over the useful life. So every single year, this property is going to depreciate by $13,750. Year one is going to lose $13,750. Year 7, year 13, year 25, every single year for the next 40 years is going to depreciate. It's going to use its useful life. And the question with the cost approach with the useful life is how far into that 40 years are we? How much have we used up and how much do we have left, if any? And I'm not telling you after 40 years, the building's going to fall down. It could still remain for another 40 years after that, but it doesn't have a value as what it did when it was new. And that's what we're doing with the depreciation. So to help the appraiser find that replacement of the production cost, they're going to take the cost of the building as if we were building it today. They're going to deduct any depreciation and then add to the land. The whole theory behind the cost approach is you put value on the land as if it were separate, and then you put value on the building where it is today. So let's look at an example in our book. New book people, you are on 471. Old book, you are on 448. So 471 or 448. And what we're looking at, you can see we have, once again, 155 Potter Drive, studying the same property. And that's what we're saying. The appraiser takes as many approaches as they can. So a lot of times their opinion is not just based off of one approach. So we have 155 Potter Drive again. You can see our land valuation. They use the square foot method. They found the total square foot, length times width. $450 per front foot. So they determined the land itself was worth $27,000. They added site improvements, sidewalks, driveways, etc. So the total value of the land is $35,000. Put that off to the side for a second. Now let's study the property, the structure. So we have a building valuation using our replacement cost, and again, our square foot method of $97,000. And then we need to account for our depreciation. So the appraiser goes in and determines that so far in its useful life, it's depreciated $15,750. So now we have a value of the building of $81,750. We have a value of the land of $35,000. When we add those two together, the appraiser can say, using the cost approach, my opinion of value on 155 Potter Drive is $116,750. Again, I wouldn't get bogged down with the math and the cost approach. I would just have an idea. The math I would worry about is the sales comparison approach. And then the third approach we're getting ready to talk about. So we're here at the cost approach for an idea. Understanding how it works. The basic. Let's go back to the basics. Put a value on the land as if it were vacant, bless you. And then put a value on the structure where it is today. It's not brand new today. We're going to start as if it were, and then deduct depreciation, deduct the useful life, determine where we are. So let's look at a quick example together. We're not going to have you guys do anything. We're going to talk about this one together. You have a building that has an estimated replacement cost of $150 per square foot. The building has 3,000 square feet. Land is estimated at $400,000. Site improvements have an estimated value of $120,000. The appraiser has determined that the building has an effective age of 10 years and a useful life of 40. Using the cost approach, where the appraiser determine the value of the building. So we have to separate these. So let's start with the land. And we know the land is estimated at $400,000. And they have site improvements of $120,000. So if we were to put a value just on the land as if it were vacant, I would say that land, if I were to sell the land, we would have a value of $520,000, assuming this is vacant. Step one is to find the land. The next step is going to be to find the value of the structure. So we know we have 150 square feet. It's $150 per square feet. There we go. It's a tiny house if it's 150 square feet, right? So we have $150 per square foot. We have 3,000 square feet. So when we take our cost times square feet times cost, we get our value there of 450,000 square feet. I took the amount per square foot, times it by the number of square feet. Based on that, we learned that the structure has value of $450,000. The building has lost 25%. Its effective age is 10 years. It has 40 years for it total. If I take 10, actually get. So we got the 25%. I'm 10 years into my useful life, which means I've used up 25% already. We still have whole 75%. We still have 30 years left on this building, but we have to account for the 10 years that we've used up so far. And so far that accounts for 25%. So if we deduct 25% from our value, we have an adjusted value, what it's worth today, of $337,500. So we figured out if I were to build this thing new today, it would be $450,000. But guess what? It's not new today. It is 10 years old. Does that make sense? So we have to deduct where we are today. So now we have the building of the structure and the land. Let's see, this is our structure. So now we just need to add them up. So you got the land at 520. You got the structure. So the appraiser would look at this and say, I believe that the value of this property using the cost approach, I studied the land, I studied the structure, I studied the structure as it sits today, and we can determine that the value today using the cost approach is $857,500. Again, I wouldn't get overly bogged down in the semantics on the cost approach. Put value on the land, put value on the structure, and then add the two together. Cost approach is best for special use properties and new construction. Sales comparison approach is best for single family and land. The appraiser is going to do as many as they can, of the approaches that they can, and put the most weight on the type of approach, on the type of property. They can almost always use the cost approach. Even if it's a real resale, they can use the cost approach, but they're going to put more value on what they find in the sales comparison approach. And that's what we mean by the value of the land. So we are taking a break, maybe. We are taking our break. And when we come back, we're going to look at the income capitalization approach, our last approach to value. So let's take 10. And we're back. I'm going to take attendance. Okay. Sales comparison approach is the best approach for the appraiser to take when they're determining resale or land. Cost approach is the best approach when the appraiser is determining value on special use properties. The third approach to value the appraiser may take is called the income capitalization approach, also known as the direct capitalization approach. This is the approach that the appraiser is going to use for properties that produce an income. And the theory behind this approach is the income that we collect will help us determine the value of the property. So is this a large apartment building? Is this a commercial retail center, a commercial office park? These buildings collect rent. And the rent collected, the rent charged, will help us determine what the value of the property is. Income capitalization approach is used by appraisers. That's why we're talking about it. But it's also used a lot by investors to help them determine these value, because that's what they're looking at, is an income producing property. You know, an investor's job is to make money. And when an investor is trying to decide if they want to purchase this investment property, they're going to use the income capitalization approach to help them determine if it's worth their investment. For the appraiser, specifically for the appraiser tends to care about, and the investor, they both care about their net operating income. Net operating income is how much the profitability of those income producing properties. So the net operating income helps us analyze, helps the investor analyze the profitability of those buildings. And we're looking for a strong NOI. If we don't have a strong NOI, then it may not be worth our investment or the investor's investment. The other thing to consider is the capitalization rate. The capitalization rate answers the question, how long before I get my money back? If I buy this investment property, how many months or how many years do I have to collect rent to get my money back? The investor has a different criteria for capitalization rates. A lot of it depends on how many investment properties the investor has. Let's say, for example, you are new to the investment game and you have one investment property. All of your eggs are in that basket, yes? And if that tenant doesn't pay rent that month, how much did you produce? How much income did you produce that month? That's not a good rate of return, is it? We would need a higher capitalization rate. Now, you build your portfolio and now you have 20 investment properties. If one tenant doesn't pay this month, who cares? I got 19 other ones to fall back on, right? So I don't have as high of a risk. I don't have as high as a rate of return. So the capitalization rate, there's no right or wrong. It's all subjective to the investor, what their portfolio looks like, and what they want to be their rate of return. We are going to look at a problem. So the rate is the amount of time. No, it's their money. It's their money. I want to know how fast. Well, yeah, how fast can I get my money back? Yep, it's their rate of return. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. So we're going to look at a formula. And actually, the math problem we're going to look at is a two-step formula. So the first step, we have a formula that we just have to memorize. I have no other way around this. Put it on a flashcard or put it on your piece of paper that you've headed formulas. Let me give you a second to write this thing down, and then we will talk about it, and then we'll look at the second step from here. let's talk about the pieces of this formula. The first thing we always start with is the PGI, also known as the potential gross income. The PGI I refer to as the dream. If you were to collect 100% rent 100% of the time, what is the most that you can make on this income producing property? Let's say you have a large apartment complex. It's got 150 units in it. Your PGI is collecting rent on all 150 units this month. That's your max. That's your potential. That's the dream. Is that real? Unfortunately, investors can tell you, no. You have vacancies. You have times when the tenant moves out. You got to get the unit ready to get ready for the next tenant to move in. You have times where the tenant skips out in the middle of the night. You have vacancies. So from your dream, from your PGI, you need to deduct your vacancy and collection losses. And that gives you your EGI, or your effective gross income, or your reality. PGI is the dream. It's the max you can collect. The EGI is how much you are actually collecting. From our EGI, we deduct operating expenses. Anything you need to operate this apartment complex is going to fall under operating expenses. So maintenance, janitorial, management fees, utilities. You got to pay taxes. You have to have insurance. Most things that are operating will fall under these operating expenses. Please make a note, there are two things that are not included in operating expenses. I think they like to trick you. Not included in your operating expenses is going to be your debt service. Who remembers what that is? What's my debt service?
Principal and interest.
It's my principal
Principal and
and my interest. Yep. So you're not going to include your debt. You're going to include your taxes and insurance, but you're not going to include your principal and your interest. I'm sorry, principal and interest. Also not including under operating expenses is depreciation. Depreciation is not an operating expense. When we get to unit 12, we're going to take our net operating income formula. We're going to take this formula. We're going to see it again in unit 12. We're going to take that net operating income and take it a step further. And we're going to talk about what happens with the debt service from our net operating income. Right now, we're not going to touch it as part of our operating expenses. I need you guys to know this formula. And one trick I've heard in the past that may or may not help is if we can remember, you guys want to talk about a big plate of Oreos? My gosh, I've talked about Moe's. Now we've talked about Oreos. Everybody ready for lunch? Okay. If you need and help you remember the order, one system I've heard in the past, poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. I don't think Violet's doing too bad if she's eating Oreos every night. You better tell Violet that's going to catch up with her one day. But for right now, poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. And what that does is that helps us see the steps. PGI minus your vacancy and collection losses gives you your EGI, minus your operating expenses gives you your net operating income. This is going to be step one to find the net operating income. From there, good news, we get to use a T-bar. Because once we find the net operating income, that's going to help us arrive at our opinion of value. So our opinion of value, our net operating income, is part of our value. And we're going to look at that with our capitalization rate. The problem is going to ask you for the value or the cap rate. They're going to ask you for one, they're going to give you the other, and then they're going to give you the information you need to find the net operating income. So first we'll have to find the net operating income, and then we can use that to help us arrive at value or cap rate. We're going to do an example together. I want to make sure everybody has both these formulas down in front of you so we can do them. The other thing about these formulas, income capitalization approach is always calculated annually. So when they give you monthly rent, what do you need to do? Times by 12. I need you guys to pay attention to those words, annual, monthly. This formula is always calculated annually. So when they give you monthly numbers, times them by 12. Does everybody have the formula in front of you? Formulas in front of you. So using your formulas, well, actually, before we do that, let's look at an example. Sorry, page 475. New book, old book is 452. And what we have on 475 and 452 is our income capitalization approach. So we start with our potential gross income, our 100% capacity, 100% rent, 100% of the time. If I collect rent every single month from every single unit this year, total rent I'm going to collect is $60,000. This property has income from other sources. So there's a vending machine and something called a payphone on the property that produces money to the tune of $600. So we're going to get a total potential gross income of $60,600. This property has 4% vacancy, annual 4% vacancy. So we collect or we deduct that, which gives us our effective gross income. The PGI is the dream. The EGI is the reality. So once we deduct our vacancy from the PGI, how much am I actually collecting this year? $58,176. From that, we deduct our operating expenses, annual operating expenses. That gives us a total of $27,300. So we deduct that. Now I have a net operating income of $30,876. This property has a cap rate of 10%. So we take that, divide it by 10%. So the appraiser can determine, based on the income capitalization approach, the value of this building will be $308,760. Again, the theory behind this approach says that the rent that we collect, the income that this property produces, helps us determine the value, determine what it's worth. Questions on this so far? You guys got this? Have we got the formula? So let me give you guys just a few minutes. Look at your formulas that you have in front of you. Solved annually. Tell me in a private chat, what is this investor's expected capitalization rate? We got another minute and then we'll talk about it. Okay. What did we do first when we saw this? Read, read and breathe. Each unit of a fourplex rents for $650 per month. Vacancy losses average 10% per year. Operating expenses are $1,300 per month. If the property is valued at $150,000, what is the investor's expected capitalization rate? When I do these problems, the first thing I like to do is throw down a T-bar because I know I'm going to end up here. So I want to start with, what do I know? Where am I? So using my T-bar, I know what we're solving for is my capitalization rate. I know my value is $150,000. Do I know my net operating income? Not yet. So now we got to go to our formula to find that net operating income. And that takes us back to poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. So our PGI, I have a fourplex. How many units in a fourplex? Don't let that stuff trick you guys. It looks so simple, but in the heat of the test, don't let that get you. So you have a fourplex, which means you have 4 units that rent for $650 per month. So 4 units at $650 means my monthly rent is $2,600. These problems are always solved annually. So take your monthly rent, times it by 12, and we get annual PGI of $31,200. This is how much rent total we would collect if I had 100% occupancy and everybody pays rent on time. This is my annual PGI. The most I can make on this property this year is $31,200. As an investor, I probably have another property, but this is a good place to start, right? Questions on how I find my PGI. The dream. Oh, did that get you?
The whole problem wrong because of the fourplex.
That got you too? That's what they like to do to you. Everybody good? Everybody good on that PGI? Now. Okay. From our PGI, we deduct our vacancy. Problem's got to tell you the vacancy. So we know that there's 10% vacancy. If you were to take 31,200 PGI minus 10% or times 10%, I should say, then you get 31,200 times 10%. You get vacancy and collection losses of $3,120. When I deduct that from my PGI, I get an EGI of $28,080. So the dream for me is to collect 31,200. The truth is I average about 10% vacancy each year, which gives me a reality of $28,080. Investors, vacancy is just part of your business. Just things to deal with when you're dealing with tenants. So we have an EGI of $28,080. Then you have operating expenses of 1,300 per month. Remember, this problem is always solved annually. So we had to take our 1,300 times 12 to get operating expenses of 15,600. Deduct that from our EGI. These are our operating expenses. And then we get our net operating income of 12,400. Questions on how we got our operating income? Questions on how we got our NOI?
I got 12,480. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so yeah, could be. Let's see. 28,080 minus 15,600. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So I'm going to fix that. This is 12,000. NOI. Thank you. Which means we got a net operating income of 12,480. How did I get that? Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. Step one is to find that net operating income. Now that I have that, the last step, all I have to do is plug that in to my T-bar that we've already started. I got to go over here. That fourth line on the T-bar means divide. So we take our NOI divided by our value. And that gives us a cap rate of get a rate of 0.032. If the problem asks for a percent, we just move that decimal over 2 places. They're going to ask you for a rate or a percent. 0.0832 is the same thing as 8.32%. So this investor's capitalization rate for this investment property, their rate of return is 8.32%. Is this good? Well, it depends on this investor. It depends on their portfolio. It depends. Every single investor has different criteria. Questions? My question to you, if you got it wrong, do you see where you went wrong? Awesome. That's how we learn, you guys. Sometimes you got to fall down before you learn how to walk. Yeah. Have you guys ever had the privilege of watching a kid learn how to walk? They look like little Frankensteins, don't they? They're a lot of fun. Do they fall down sometimes? They're still wearing diapers, so they're okay. Do they fall down sometimes? What do they do when they fall down? They say, oh, well, guess I'm not going to walk. No.
Get back up.
Get back up and try it again. Now look at us all running around. We could learn a lot from kids, can't we? They fall down, they get back up. We all fall down, get back up. Math takes practice, you guys. Questions on this? Practice, practice, practice. Y'all think Michael Jordan was amazing the first time he picked up a basketball? I mean, he might have been decent. If I ever get a chance, I don't know why I would, but if I ever had the chance to interview Michael Jordan, one of my questions would be, how many hours did you spend in your driveway learning how to dribble? Just that, not even take shots, nothing like just bouncing the ball. These things take practice, you guys. Anything worth doing is worth doing. Be the Michael Jordan of math. We're done with most of the math. I still got a little bit more to do in Unit 12, which we'll do next week. So we only have one more piece of math left. I tell you this because as a reminder, our test is in 2 weeks. So we've been through the most of the math. Again, just a little bit more in Unit 12. We'll do that next week. I would focus most on the sales comparison approach and the income capitalization approach. Gloss over the cost approach. I don't know that you'll have to do math with that one, just have an understanding of how it works. So the three approaches to value, let's recap. There's three approaches to value that the appraiser may take, and each approach studies a different type of property. That's the big difference between the three approaches. Sales comparison looks at resale and land. Cost looks at special use property. Income capitalization looks at properties that produce an income. The appraiser is going to use as many of these three approaches as they can to help determine the value. They're going to put the most weight on the approach depending on the type of property it is. Before we wrap up appraisers, let's say one more thing about investors. And another tool that investors may consider is called the gross rent multiplier, or the GRM, as I like to call it. Let's say you were looking at buying an investment property and you don't know how much rent is collected. You don't know operating expenses. You don't know those numbers. So if you're thinking about considering it, you may not be able to, if you're thinking about purchasing it, you may not be able to look at the income capitalization approach if you don't have that information. So instead, what the investor may use is a gross rent multiplier. This looks at the sales price as it's related to the expected rental income. The investor's real estate agent can do a CMA to help us determine probable lease price. And based on that probable lease price, that'll help us determine that expected rental income. I don't know actually how much, but it gives us a number to help us to work with. So the GRM does just that. It takes the sales price and it divides it by the rental income. If you're using monthly rental income, the GRM will tell the investor, if I buy this property and I collect this much rent every month, how many months do I have to collect rent to get my money back? If you're looking at annual numbers, annual income, then the question that this answers for the investor is, how many years do I have to collect rent to get my money back? Again, it's not an actual, it's just giving us an idea to determine for the investor if it's worth looking into, if it's worth considering. So just another investor tool. We talk more about the investor again in Unit 12, so that's why we see some of this math again. So the capitalization rate is kind of your overall, the overhead, right? Because there's more involved than just collecting rent and sales price, right? So the capitalization rate takes in everything, the net operating income, the value, the GRM. This is a very, very simple answer to the question, how many years before I get my money back? And if it's going to be 35 years, the investor may not want to be involved that long. So this isn't a good property for me. I'm going to move on. This would be in a very early stage before we do the big deep dive. So back to our appraiser. Three approaches to value. They're going to do as many of the three approaches as they can. And once they study the property and do the three approaches, then the appraiser is going to do their final reconciliation. The final reconciliation does not just, again, we're not going to do averaging. We're not just going to add the three up, divide by three, and say this is the approach. We're going to put the most weight on the approach depending on the type of property that it is. Resale, land, sales comparison approach, special use, cost approach, income producing properties. Hold your place in the book and go back and look with me, new book people. Let's go back to page 464. Old book people, let's look at 441. And what we're looking at 464 and 441, I should have told you bring your magnifying glass to class today. But what we're looking at on these pages is a sample appraisal, a sample report. So if you're looking at the first page here, do you guys see that black bar down the left-hand side? When you get your magnifying glass, you're going to see that that tells you the different sections of the appraisal report. So we have our subject property, the contract information, neighborhood information, site and improvements. Over on the next page, there's our sales comparison approach. You can see where they made adjustments to the various features. We'll look at the bottom of that in just a second. Over on the third page, you got additional comments. There's your cost approach. So with your magnifying glass, you can see how the cost approach was valued. There's your income approach. Nothing there. So that tells me this wasn't a property that produced an income. So we can't use this method because if you don't collect rent, you don't know what the income on it would be. So that's why we say they're going to use as many of the three as they can, but they may not always be able to use all three. If you're having a really hard time seeing those in the black bar there, go back to 463 or 440. And that gives you the breakdown of the different sections of the appraisal report. So if you can't see what's in that black bar on the left, there it is on 463 and 440 in the different sections. So back to 465 and 442. We're looking at our sales comparison approach. And then at the very bottom of that is the appraiser's final reconciliation. So you can see they use, and I even need to get my magnifying glass out. They use the sales comparison approach 265. They found the cost approach at 265, 516. I have nothing for the income capitalization approach. Because this property is a resale, this appraiser is going to put the most value on the sales comparison approach. So for the appraisal from this appraiser, their opinion of this property is at the very bottom of 465 or 442, based on the complete visual inspection of the interior, exterior, It is my opinion of the market value. This property is worth $265,000 as of this date. That's the number that the lender is looking for. That final number down there at the bottom. That's all they care about in this whole report. So they know how to originate the loan. The loan will be originated based off of the purchase price or the appraised amount, whichever one is less. And that number down there is the whole reason why we do the appraisal. So the lender has that to determine how to originate the loan. Questions?
Miss Julie? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry. As far as doing a CMA on how do you do a CMA on a raw land?
Same thing. Well, you could do a CMA if there's other vacant land around. It's going to be harder because you may not have land around, right? So you may have to go out further. You may have to have a bigger radius. You may also have to have a different, longer period of time. And you may not be able to use the sales comparison approach. They may just have to study the value of the land as if it were vacant, using the cost approach to help them determine that. So different types of properties definitely pose more challenges for the appraiser. And so they just have to look at the market, the location, the area, and figure out which one is best for this property right here.
Thank you.
It's a process, you guys. Anybody ready to sign up for appraisal school? One thing at a time. If this is the direction you want to go, let's get your real estate license first. But I don't know, the more I'm in this, the more interesting I find this. This may be the next venture. I don't know. I've thought about it. It's really interesting, but man, I need to be able to quit my day job, I think, to do this because it's very time consuming. And I tell you guys what, it scares me. It concerns me because a lot of people, because of the process to get your appraisals license, a lot of people are like, yeah, no, I don't want to do it. Our appraisers are aging out and we have more appraisers getting ready to retire than we have coming in. What's the future going to look like? I don't know. It might be that the appraisal is the way to go. That might be where the money is. I don't know. But it's going to be interesting in the future. But right now we're still fine. We have enough appraisers. Back to 477 and 454. I just want to say one more thing. Your books talk about something called what do they call it? An automated valuation model, or an AVM. You guys know AVMs better as Zestimates. So let me talk briefly about how Zestimates work. What a Zestimate does, it takes the subject property. So let's pretend this dot is our subject property. And then it draws a radius. It draws a circle, if you will. Maybe it's a quarter of a mile, maybe it's a half a mile, but there's a radius drawn around the property. And the AVM looks at everything that closed within this half a mile radius. And that's it. What type of property was it? They don't care. How many square foot? They don't care. How many bedrooms? They don't care. All it does is look at how many properties closed within this quarter of a mile or a half a mile radius. And based on that, we're going to give you the AVM. We're going to give you the automated valuation method. Now, knowing what you guys know, do we think these things are accurate? Usually not, because there's a lot more that goes into everything that closed within a quarter mile. How big the radius is just depends on the density. If you're downtown, we probably get a quarter of a mile. You go out rural, we may need to go a mile or something. But the AVM, all it looks at is everything that closed within this radius. Generally not the most accurate. But again, there's all sorts of tools that come into place. And please understand, when you guys are working with sellers, we're just introducing you to CMAs are not the only thing you're going to do to help the seller determine the price. There are other tools we can use, other things we consider. We're just easing you in. Somebody said, so it can compare a 3-bedroom to a 10-bedroom. A 1,500 square foot house to a 5,000 square foot house. All it does is look at everything that closed within this radius. That's it. What closed? Get your value. There's your AVM. Not real reliable, is it? Now knowing what we know. But it gives us an idea. It gives us a place to start. All right, appraiser's hat off. We're done. Chuck it off to the side until you're ready to study Unit 17. Then you got to put your appraiser's hat back on. Let's wrap this up. Talking about us, specifically with our BPOs and CMAs and what the Real Estate Commission has to say. As mentioned earlier, there's license law and commission rule that applies to BPOs and CMAs. You don't need to know these numbers. I just have them here for reference. Specifically, what does the commission say about them too? Well, if we're going to do these, the commission requires them to be in writing. You got to have numbers to show the consumer. You can't just say, well, I did my research and I think your probable sales price is. We're going to show them. We're going to give it to them in writing. We're going to keep a copy for ourselves for our records. We don't get to say the word value. We say probable sales price or probable lease price if you're going into property management. And we are not appraisers. So we are not doing CMAs and BPOs for the purposes of determining value. Once again, please take that word value out of your vocabulary. That's not our job. So we're just helping buyers and sellers know what to list for. We're helping sellers to know what to list for, helping buyers to know what to offer. It's all we're doing with a BPO or CMA. Somebody had a question for me earlier about these things with provisional brokers. If you are a non-provisional broker, once you've dropped that provisional status, then you can do a BPO or CMA for a fee. So you can charge an outside third party to do a BPO or CMA once you drop that provisional status. As a PB, you can do a BPO or CMA to get ready for your listing appointment when you're working with buyers. You're BIC, you'll have resources with you doing these things, but you can't charge a fee for it. And that's the One thing with the provisional brokers you can't do is charge a fee for an outside third party. None of us can charge a fee when we're doing a BPO or CMA as just part of our general brokerage services. If you're getting ready for that listing appointment, we must do a CMA to get ready to have that conversation with the seller. We can't charge a fee for that service though, you guys, because it's part of my job. When your buyer says, I want to make an offer, how much should I offer? I'm not going to say, well, cut me a check for $200 and I'll let you know. It's just part of my job to do that for them as part of my general brokerage. So only when a full broker is doing a BPO or CMA for an outside third party. Whenever you're doing these, you need to make sure that the broker's qualified, so you have to have an active current license. Also need to know, what you're doing. So again, these come with practice, these come with training. You have resources, you have training in your firm. Maybe your local board of realtors will offer training. There is training out there. So we're going to collect data on the subject property. We're going to use MLS to study the data of the subject property, the local market, and the comps. I'm not determining value, but I do have a nice report generated for me from MLS that, again, once you get in it, you start looking at it, you'll be able to use that to have conversations with your buyers or sellers about how much they should list it for, how much they should offer. And then lastly, as always, remember, we do not say value. We do not give a specific number. We report probably selling price or leasing price, and we report it as a range. So I leave us in unit 17 with this. Remember what we said, values in the eye of the beholder. And one of my favorite comics in real estate addresses that. So your home as viewed by, it depends on who's looking at it, doesn't it? Seller sees it differently than the lender, than the buyer. Check out the tax assessor. They see cha-ching, 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 don't they? Value is in the eye of the beholder. And that's what's important that we understand. The appraiser's just offering their opinion. They're saying, this is the value through my eyes. Is that what a buyer's going to pay for it? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But at least it gives us an idea. Whenever a buyer's originating a new loan, they will always have to have an appraiser. Sellers may choose to have an appraisal done before they list. If you and your seller are having a hard time coming up with the listing price, then maybe we consider having an appraisal done. Remember that monstrosity up on the hill that doesn't conform? It might be that a unique property like that, the best way to determine the listing price is to have that appraisal done so we can make sure that we relate that value to the buyer, make it attractive to the consumer. I mean, guys, we're all consumers. It doesn't matter if you're buying a house or if you're buying a sweater. At the end of the day, we're all consumers, right? And if you pick a sweater up and you say, this is more money than I would ever pay for a sweater in my entire life, what are you going to do with the sweater? You're going to put it back down on the rack and wait for it to move to the back in the discount rack, right? You're not going to buy it if you don't see the value in it. And that is no different than buying a house. If the buyer doesn't see the value in it, it's not worth it to them. So this is one person's opinion. Yeah.
I just had a really quick question again about the provisional broker and full broker stuff with BPO. So I was doing some of the practice questions, and number 26 says one of those, like either this one or this one, or it says which North Carolina licensee may perform a broker price opinion. I, provisional broker, or like the number 2, full broker. And so I said that either one could do it in my response, because it doesn't mention a fee or anything in the question, but it says in the answer key that only the full broker. So like,
The reason for that, Victoria, is because once upon a time ago, BPOs and CMAs used to be two different things. And BPO used to be the one that we charged the third party for.
Okay.
The book hasn't updated. So since then, we've kind of blended them and we just use them both interchangeably. So once upon a time ago, yeah, the BPO we did for a fee. The CMA is what we did for our general brokers. And thank you for pointing that out to me, because I need to know that. But that's a great point. Today, we just use them interchangeably. So what you need to know is provisional brokers can't perform a BPO or CMA for a fee.
that's what I
Thank
was
you.
thinking, but I was like, am I losing it? I read it wrong. So thank you.
No. And that's just, things change over time. Like I said, once upon a time ago, they used to be different. They used to mean two different things. Today, we just kind of lump them all together. So again, what we need to know, BPs cannot charge a fee to do it. Of
Thank you so much.
course. That gets us through Unit 17. So we have our key terms on 455. Knowing the words, half the battle. We have our key point review on page 480. And then you have your student quiz on page 482. There is some sales comparison approach, income capitalization approach math on 482. Also some more math. You got some math concepts at the end of Unit 17. And then there are those problems, those 50 problems in the back of the book. These are the numbers that relate to the math that we just did. I also got some more for you guys in the online learning system in the Unit 17 material. I'll show you in just a second. Again, the thing to focus on Unit 17 are those three approaches to value. Having an understanding of those, understanding value.
Is the oval pages, it starts on like 803 or something?
I think it's 803. That's one of those muscle memory things that I say that, because I said 803 for so many years until they updated it. So I think that's right. Yeah. We good? We have these numbers? So if we also look in our online learning system, up at the Unit 17 material, again, I've got a worksheet in here for you guys. This might be a good practice. You got your subject property. There's 231 Thomas Drive, and it gives you the information on the subject property. And then this one gives you 7 comps. Not every comp, not everything that closed nearby is a good comp. So a big part of what this exercise does is walk us through identifying what would be a good comp and what wouldn't. It gives you the value of everything, of course. And then it says find 3 good comps and determine a range. Remember though, you guys, this is an opinion. So could your 3 good comps be different than my 3 good comps? And this is the appraiser's world. They go out and find like 20. And then they're like, of these 20, which 3 or 4 are good? So the 4 I pick are different than the 4 you pick. Does that make sense? That's why our opinions are different. This is why this is just one person's opinion. And for example, for the appraiser, this property, comp 2, for example, is under contract. We don't know the sales price until it closes. So all I know is that at this list price, buyer and seller were able to negotiate and get it under contract. Because I don't know what it closed for, I can't use this as a comp. Now, I could use this at the listing appointment. I could say, hey, seller, your neighbor sold it a few blocks away. We're under contract. And they had it listed at this amount. So again, this can help us determine the list price but we don't know that sales price. So that's what we mean by good comps. I think it's a decent thing to at least sit down and consider and get us familiar with the sales comparison approach. I've included my opinion. So I pulled the comps that I thought were good, giving you the ups and downs, made the adjustments so you can see that. We also have another extra math practice in here. So there's some good, here's a sales comparison approach, that kind of thing. So just some good, good math, good practice. Unit 17 is another one of those that I think gets put off to the side when we study, because not a single one of you put your hand up when I said who's ready for appraisal school. So I know this isn't why you're here. I know this is what you care about. And guess what? Once you get your license, you don't have to care about it anymore. But until you get your license, I need you to care about it. So please don't discount Unit 17 because it's not what you want to do. Let's care about Unit 17 until we get you through your tests. Fair enough? All right. Let's go ahead and take 10. When we come back, we're going to get going in Unit 11. So we're going to talk about our landlord and tenants. We're going to switch gears just a bit. So let's take 10. All right, we're back for the last hour of the week. Before we leave today, we're going to talk about obviously what next week's going to look like so you can look ahead. We're also going to talk about some things you may want to consider. Y'all know what we're doing in 2 weeks from today? Pause, wait for it to sink in. Okay,
Exam.
so so before we leave today, we'll talk about, because I know you guys are getting into exam mode. You guys may want to start reviewing and getting ready for it, even though we still got more to cover. So we'll talk about all that again before we leave today. We're back, and I am taking attendance. And now we are switching gears altogether. A big focus on this class is residential sales. It was designed that way on purpose. That's where the majority of agents go. But now we got to switch gears and talk about the other part of it. And the other part of it is the rental part of it. Unit 11 tells us the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. Maybe there is a real estate agent involved. Maybe there is not. We're not talking about necessarily agents in this unit. We're talking about that relationship between the landlord and the tenant. Unit 12, we bring the agent in. Unit 12, we bring in the property management. We won't get that far today, so we'll talk about that next week. I ask all the time, where are my homeowners? So let me ask now, where are my renters on the call? Oh, you already got your hand up. You know, my renters on the call. You are our tenants. So you are, have a landlord, you pay rent through your landlord to somebody that owns a property that allows you to live there in exchange for rent. So our roadmap, our guide for this unit, we're going to explain a leasehold estate. We're going to talk about the different types of leasehold estates. We're going to identify some basic characteristics of a lease, kind of break that down a little bit. We have several different types of leases. So what are those different types and their purposes? And then we're going to talk about something called the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. So to begin this unit, let's first start with defining some words. The lease is the bilateral contract between the lessor and the lessee. The lessor is the giver of the lease or the landlord. The lessee is the receivee of the lease or the tenant. The lease is the agreement between the two. It sets forth how long are we going to be in a lease together, how much rent, will we allow the tenant landlord to continue the relationship when the lease is up. All those terms have got to be spelled out. So landlord and tenant enter into a legally binding contract called the lease. We'll talk a little bit about that. Because the lease is our legally binding contract, everything we talked about in Unit 9 about how contracts work applies to leases as well. So it's not just sales contracts, it's all contracts. You guys remember back in Unit 2, we talked about freehold estates, and we said freehold estates were our estates of ownership. We also have another type of estates, and the other type of estates where we are now is our leasehold estates, also known as non-freehold. These are our estates of possession. The freehold estate is an estate of ownership. Leasehold estate is a estate of possession. Remember too, from Unit 2, when we see this word estate, what we're saying is, what is a person's, is that spelled right? I-N-T-E-R. What is a person's interest in the property? So in this case, leasehold estates are very interesting because with leasehold estates, we're actually dealing with two types of interests. Somebody owns it, somebody else possesses it. Remember those bundle of legal rights? When you allow a tenant to live in a property that you own, You are unbundling your rights. You are giving that tenant some of your twigs. So it's a different type of ownership because it combines a different type of interest because it combines both. I'll go off book just for a second. Just be familiar with a couple terms. These are what's combining the leasehold and the freehold. That privity of estate, these are just that legal relationship between the parties and their interest. The landlord owns it, the tenant has possession, the tenant's allowed to live there. And then the privity of contract just says that they're only binding on the parties of contract. So the landlord and tenant have a lease. Landlord and tenants are the only ones that are applicable to this contract. Again, what makes them really unique is we're combining both freehold and leasehold. So we're going to talk about the different types of leasehold estates. If you will, new book people, you're on page 323. Old book, you are 311. So you have your nice little summary of the different type of estates that we're going to talk about. The first type of estate we have, leasehold estate that we have, is called an estate for years. Also can be referred to as tenancy for years. As we talk about these different type of leasehold estates, let's go into these with the understanding that what sets them apart, what makes them different, is how they end. So with an estate for years, we have a specific beginning date. We all agree to start on this date. And guess what? We also have a specific ending date. And when it's over, it's over. Could we agree to extend it? Sure. But if we don't, we've already agreed this relationship is only going to go until this date. So it's an automatic termination. We don't need to give each other notice. We've already decided when it's going to end. Please, please do not let the name of this estate mislead you. Estate for years could be for years. It could be for a year. It could be for a month. It could be for a week. It could be for a day. What makes it an estate for years is because we have a specific end date. So please don't let this name fool you. If you want to do an Airbnb for a weekend, you go in on Friday and you leave on Sunday, you have an estate for years. We agree. Specific beginning date, specific ending date, and that's our leasehold interest. Another leasehold estate is called a periodic tenancy, also known as a tenancy from period to period. These have a specific start date, but we don't have an end date. We're going to keep renewing this until one of us decides to end it. It's not uncommon for an estate for years to turn into a periodic tenancy. If you rent my house, I'm landlord, you're the tenant, and we have an estate for years for a year. We have a lease for a year. And within that year, we do good. You pay me rent every month, so I'm happy, and you're taking good care of my home, so I'm happy, and I'm providing you a roof over your head, good conditions, so you're happy. At the end of our year, we may agree to keep automatically renewing it month to month and enter into a periodic tenancy. Maybe we have something in writing, maybe we don't, maybe we just agree to continue on the terms from our estate for years. When the periodic tenancy ends, somebody has to end it. And how much notice in North Carolina we have to give to end it is spelled out for us in our books, 323, new book people, and 311, old book people. So you can see if we're in a week-to-week tenancy, in order to end it, the party ending it has got to give 2 days notice. If it's the month-to-month, we need to give each other 7 days notice, or if it's a year-to-year, then we need to give each other 30 days notice. So it's going to automatically renew until one of us gives each other notice and ends it. The third leasehold estate that we have is called an estate at will, also known as a tenancy at will. With these, the tenant is there because they have permission of the landlord. We don't know for how long it's going to last. It can be terminated by either party with no required notice. So we don't have an end date. We're not going to automatically renew. We don't have to give each other notice. That's the difference between this and the periodic. Periodic, we got to give notice. Estate at will, we're there until we decide not to be. And when one of us ends it, it's over. No prior notice is required. I think the example they give you in the book on this is that they're going to come and demolish the building. And the landlord pretty much says, well, you can stay there until they show up with a wrecking ball. And at that point, got to go. When's that going to happen? We don't know yet. You got permission to be there. No notice required to end it. The fourth type of estate then is an estate at sufferance, also known as tenancy at sufferance. With these, somebody is suffering. Who's suffering? The landlord. They got a squatter. I want you guys to write something down for me. Everybody ready? If you stay, you pay. If you pay, you stay. As long as the tenant is paying and the landlord is accepting rent, we have a periodic tenancy or tenancy at will. Once the tenant stops paying, now we're dealing with an estate at sufferance. So as long as the tenant's paying, they don't have a squatter. We're only dealing with squatters and holdovers. Usually these comes from just that. You had an estate for years, lease is over, tenant won't leave. Now, there are legal ramifications that the landlord will take to get the tenant off their property. We will talk about that when we get into our North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. There you go. So we will talk about the landlord's legal remedies to get this squatter out. I have heard on numerous occasions over the years, y'all, it's not as easy to get a squatter out of your home as what one may think. You guys watch the news every once in a while, and every once in a while you got somebody living there and they won't go when they can't. It's a process. So we will talk a little bit more about that process and what the landlord needs to do to get somebody out. But they are a squatter because they're there and they're not paying. If the landlord accepts rent, they're not a squatter. If you stay, you pay. If you pay, you stay. So there are 4 different types of estates. Again, what separates them is how they end. And then we also have different types of leases. The different types of leases determine how rent gets paid. So again, the summary. New book people, I'm on 325. Old book people, I'm on 313. So let's talk about these different types of leases. And again, what sets them apart is how the rent gets paid. So the first type of lease we have is our fixed rental. This is what we see most common in residential rentals. Remember, anything's negotiable. Landlord and tenant can negotiate and agree to whatever they want, as long as it's lawful. But typically, most residential leases deal with this fixed rental, in which case the tenant pays the rent and the landlord pays the property charges. So the tenant pays the landlord pays the property bills. Obviously, those costs are going to be rolled into the rent, but the tenant is not responsible for those property charges. The rest of these types of leases are more commonly found in commercial transactions. So one type of lease we may see in a commercial transaction is called a percentage lease. And we see these most commonly in malls, retail areas. So with these, and we're going to look at an example in just a second. But with these, the tenants pays a base rent. They pay X amount every month. Usually that X amount every month, that base rent, is determined on the square footage. So some retail stores take up more space than others, right? Claire's base rent is going to be a lot less than Sears, right? Because Sears has more square footage. Sears has more space. So there's a base rent usually determined on how much square footage you're borrowing or using. And in addition to that, the tenant will pay a percentage of their gross or net income. So these rent is paid from two different sources: your fixed monthly rent plus the percentage of your gross or net income. Malls, for example, have a lot of common areas, don't they, that need to be maintained. We have the halls and the breezeways and the little benches and everything. There's a couple special visitors that show up a few times a year around Easter and Christmas that we like to go see. They cost money. So we have to have the money to bring, and you know what, if we want to bring kids in, kids come with parents, parents come with wallets. It all works out, doesn't it? So we're paying to attract this business. So when we talk about this percentage lease, let's look at an example together. Not so much for the math, but just to get an idea of how these work. You're not going to see a math question, but we need an idea. Some of you do better with the definition, some of you do better with math. So we're trying to satisfy everybody here. So this one says, based on the tenant square footage, the mall charges a base rent of $1,300 per month. In addition, the terms of the lease state the tenant will pay 5% of gross sales on any annual amount over $160,000. Last year's sales were $250,000. What is the tenant's total annual rent for this year? So let's start with our base rent. We have a base rent of $1,300 per month. This is based on your square footage. Every single month this year, you got to pay $1,300. So your base rent is going to be $15,600, again, based off of your square footage. The second piece of the rent is going to be using the percentage method. So in addition to these terms, tenant and landlord agree that they're going to pay 5% on anything over $160,000. So if last year's sales were $250,000, we first need to determine how much over that is. How much over $160,000 is it? $90,000. If your sales last year were exactly or less than $160,000, then you don't have the percentage, you just have the base. But because your sales were over that $160,000, you have, in addition to that, the percentage. That amount over, we're going to take 5%. So there is your percentage, 4,500. And then we just add the two together. So there's your base rent, there's your percentage. So what will your annual rent be this year? $20,100. Next year, when we're looking at the books and we're figuring out if you're going to rent again for next year, we got to look at your numbers again. That's one thing that tenants have to agree to, is release their numbers to the landlord so the landlord knows how much to charge them, how much over. So this is going to change from year to year as your sales change. It's reevaluated each year. If you're a math person, if you're interested, they do give you one practice problem in the back of the book. This is these 50 problems in the back of the book. So if you're an old book, you're starting on page 803. But number 9 gives you a better, or another example of that percentage. Again, I don't think you're going to have to pick your calculator up and do one of these, but we need to have an understanding of how these works. What questions do I have? Percentage lease. Another lease we might find in other commercial transactions is called a net lease. In a net lease, the tenant pays the landlord rent. And in addition to that, they may pay some or all of the property charges. So in addition to paying rent, the tenant may also be responsible for maintenance, janitorial, taxes, insurance. They may feel a little nickel and dimed. The net lease. Another type of commercial lease is a graduated lease. With these, rent increases at a predetermined date. Let me say this about commercial leases. Most commercial leases are for long term. Residential leases mostly are for a year on average. Commercial leases could start 3 years, 5 years, 8 years. So going into commercial is totally different than residential. And with this graduated lease, we could have a 5-year lease and say, you're going to start here. Year 1, you're going to go up. Year 2, you're going to go up. So we agree at these predetermined dates when rent is going to increase or graduate, if you will. These types of leases are generally best for a startup business. As a startup business, you don't have much money yet. But as your business grows, theoretically, your rent will grow. So you can afford those increases. Another type of lease we may find in the commercial world is called an index lease. And with these, rent increases or decreases, we're going to agree on some kind of index to use. So an example of an index we might use might be the government's cost of living. If cost of living goes up, rent goes up. If cost of living goes down, rent goes down. So based on whatever agreed upon index, it's going to help us know when we make adjustments up and down to rent. Another type of commercial lease we may come across is something called a ground lease. These are really interesting. With a ground lease, first off, these are like super long term, like in some cases 90 years, long time. And with these, the tenant rents the land and then the tenant builds on the land. Say what you want to about Walmart. They are brilliant. If you wanted to operate a Walmart franchise, you contact Walmart corporate. They own the land. They will let you rent the land, but they're going to make you build it. Once you build that Walmart per their specifications, you build that Walmart. Not only do they collect rent on the land, but they also collect your sales proceeds. It's genius. I wish, another example, I wish I had a tract of land, just a vacant tract of land somewhere that Verizon wanted to put a tower on. Because all I would do is sign a lease saying you can use my land, and Verizon would come in and they would build their tower and they would maintain it. You rent the land, tenant builds on it. Buy land, they say. It's not going anywhere. So ground, again, you guys, these are long term. You're not going to build a Walmart on a 5-year lease. Let's all agree on that. You're looking at a 30-year lease, a 90-year lease, for example. It's very long term. Another commercial lease we may see is called a full service lease. These are multi-tenant commercial buildings. You have several businesses, for example, in one building, and all of those tenants share the expenses for the common areas. So maybe there's common bathrooms, maybe there's a hallway or a breezeway, an elevator or a parking lot. Whatever are common areas, part of that rent goes towards that one. Back in the day, before the pandemic, when we were still in person, we taught in a building that was a full service lease. And there were, I don't know how many tenants in the building, but the building only had one janitorial crew. The building only had one maintenance man. So part of that rent went towards that common expense, that shared expense. So full service lease. Questions on any of these different types of leases? We said earlier that a lease is a bilateral, legally binding contract. And everything we said in Unit 9 also applies to a lease. So we'll recall in Unit 9, we learned about the essential elements of a valid contract. Those essential elements are going to be the same for a lease because we're still talking about a valid contract. So what are those required ingredients that we need for the judge to determine the validity of the lease? We have to have that mutual agreement. Landlord and tenant have got to come together, negotiate, and agree to the terms. How much rent, how much security deposit that we'll talk about, for how long? Are you allowed to have a pet? Can you smoke in it? All those terms we have to mutually agree. We have to come together and mutually agree. So the meeting of the minds, because it's a valid contract, there must be some form of consideration. In talking about the lease, that form of consideration is the rent. That's that thing of value that we're negotiating. Parties have to have capacity to contract. They got to be of sound, sober mind. And then remember, we can never have a legally binding document for an illegal purpose. So the lease has to have legality. So again, the same list we saw in Unit 9. Good time to refresh. Legally binding contract. So in addition to these required ingredients, in addition to the judge using these essential elements to determine the validity, also some common provisions found in a lease, not required, not necessary by the judge, but it's not uncommon to find other provisions in a lease as well. The lease is going to spell out the tenant's use of premise. Is it residential or commercial? If it's commercial, what's allowed here? Is it retail? Is it restaurant? Is it office park? So how is the tenant going to use the example? Leases often address environmental concerns, especially for commercial tenants of industrial or warehouses, for example. They need to make sure that they're disposing of their products, whatever, environmentally. So the lease is going to want to address that tenants are properly handling those environmental concerns. Every once in a while you hear on the news about the restaurant that got caught dumping their grease in the creek out back. That's an environmental concern. So if you are renting a restaurant, a landlord may want to consider putting something in there that says you need to properly dispose of your grease, not dump it in the creek out back. Fixtures. Commercial. Remember we talked about trade fixtures back in Unit 2. Trade fixtures, the commercial tenant can put their fixtures in to conduct their business. And at the end of the lease, the commercial tenant can take their fixtures with them. So fixtures, how those are dressed specifically for commercial. Any repairs that the landlord's going to do for non-residential. When it comes to renting commercial versus residential, there are two different set of laws. The residential landlord is required to make certain repairs. And we will talk about that when we get to our North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. The commercial landlord, though, isn't required to make all these repairs. The commercial landlord may say, it's yours, you do your own repairs. But we have to know, we have to agree how we're going to handle any non-residential repairs. Also in commercial, It's not uncommon for the landlord to provide an upfitting allowance. Upfitting would be allowing the tenant to come in and make the space work for their business. If you're going to rent commercial space, a lot of times you're starting from the studs and you're building your space, how you build that space, and the landlord may allow you to have an upfitting allowance. I'll give you X amount to upfit. If you go over that amount, that comes out of your pocket. So commercial properties probably have some kind of, it's pretty common to find an upfitting allowance in the lease. Here's our assignment. All the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. You have assigned your interests to another party. Also sometimes found in leases is the idea of a sublease. You could let somebody sublet your space. You're not fully giving up your interest. So if they fail to pay rent, the landlord could still come after you. Whether or not a lease can be assigned or sublet must be spelled out in the lease. So the lease needs to address whether or not the lease can be assigned or sublet to another party. The lease is going to tell us for how long, whether or not we're allowed to renew. Is this a 1-year lease? Is this a 90-year lease? Are we going to renew at the end of that time? Any good legally binding document has a default in it. The default addresses the legal remedies. If you don't do what you promised to do, if I don't do what I promised to do, what's the default? Are we going to go through mediation, arbitration, small claims court? How are we going to hash this out, whatever our dispute is? We talked about an option to purchase and preemptive rights back in Unit 10. Sometimes these can be built directly into the lease. Sometimes we can have this as a provision. The tenant may want an option to purchase. The tenant may want a preemptive right, in which case we can negotiate that with the terms of the lease. Also often found in a lease is the landlord's right to enter. Unless stated in the lease, how much right do you think the landlord has to enter the property? None. Let's think this through. You are the owner. You are the owner of record. And if you don't put this in the lease, you have no right to enter your own property. You got to give up some of those twigs. There's a lot to take into consideration before you decide to rent. Most leases include the landlord's right to enter. So it gives the landlord the right to enter with, for example, 24-hour notice or 48-hour notice, obviously pending emergencies. The reason for this is because the tenant has the right of quiet enjoyment. The tenant has some of those twigs. The tenant has an estate. They have an interest in this property. And because of that, they have the right to use the property without interference from outside sources, including the landlord. So usually we find some kind of provision that the landlord's allowed to enter. If there's nothing in there, then they can't. Questions on, again, common provisions, maybe they're there, maybe they're not, but we see these most often depending on the different types of leases. Leases end the same way as legally binding contracts. So again, nice refresher from Unit 9. Leases can end when the terms expire. If we agree on a definite end date, when it's over, it's over. We could also, landlord and tenant could also mutually agree to terminate the lease. Both parties agree to enter into the lease. So both parties can agree to get out. Operation of law. If the judge takes the property, foreclosure, eminent domain, adverse possession, if the judge takes the property, that's going to terminate the lease because it's no longer the landlord's. Up until not too long ago, there were not many things in to protect the tenant if the owner lost the property. Since the housing market crash, there are new laws put in place to protect the tenant. Prior to the housing market crash, y'all, if the landlord loses the property to foreclosure, let's just say, do you think they're communicating that with the tenant? No. Prior to the housing market crash, there were cases where tenants came home and there was an eviction notice on the door. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Today, there are laws in place to protect the tenant. They get a certain period of time. I want to say it's like 90 days or something, better than nothing. So tenants are better protected today because of all the foreclosures. Leases can also terminate if one party fails to perform one of their obligations. It's pretty simple. The tenant agrees to pay rent in exchange for a roof over their head. Residential landlords have this duty to provide fit and habitable conditions. If the property falls less than fit and habitable conditions, the tenant may not be required to fulfill the terms of the lease. If the tenant stops paying rent, then the landlord may not be required to fulfill the terms of the lease. Again, we will get into specifics about breaking this lease when we get into our Residential Rental Agreement Act, because that's specific to North Carolina. So we'll see that on Tuesday, a little bit more about that. But again, understanding it's pretty simple. You pay me rent, I provide fit and habitable conditions. If either one of us fails to do what we're supposed to do, then we may be able to terminate the lease because we failed to perform our duties under the lease. We have talked about, remember statute of frauds? Remember the Connor Act. Remember the difference in the two. Let's do this. In one word, tell me in a private chat, what does Connor tell us we need to do? In one word. Connor, what's the Connor Act about? In all caps too, I love it. Explanation point, I love it. Question mark, I'll take it. So, you still coming in? Connor says that there are certain documents. Look at you guys go. Connor says there's certain documents that have to be recorded to be enforceable. You got those backwards. Statute of fraud says there's certain documents that have to be in writing and signed to be enforceable. Connor's about recording. Statute of frauds is about reminding. You guys remember it this way. What's fraud? Fraud is obtaining something falsely, right? Providing false information to obtain something. How can we eliminate fraud? Hopefully, one way is by putting this in writing and requiring it to be signed. So there you go. So Connor says we have to record. Statute of fraud says it has to be in writing. Both of them apply to leases. However, they're a little bit different with leases because Connor and the statute of frauds don't kick in until the lease is more than 3 years. They don't require leases to be in writing or recorded unless the lease is for 3 years from the date. And note that says more than 3 years. So 3 years not required to be recorded. 3 years and 1 day required to be recorded and in writing. Let me ask you guys a question. Is it just good advice to get all leases in writing? If I'm going to do a weekend, if I'm going to rent your house for a weekend or a day, isn't that just good advice to get it in writing? Of course it is. We all know we document everything, right? Your test is not going to ask you what you're going to do. Your test is going to ask you about the Connor Act and the statute of frauds. So I need you to separate the two. They don't require leases to be in writing or recorded until they're more than 3 years. Can you do it for a day? Well, of course you can. Questions on this?
So Julie, for that 3-year mark, it would be basically one lease, or that the 3-year
Yes.
mark
Yep.
end of the lease?
Yep.
Okay.
So you and I could go into, per the statute of frauds, you and I could go into a year lease on a handshake. Remember, our periodic tenancy picks up after our state for years. We're probably not going to sign a new lease for the periodic tenancy. We're going to go into that under the impression of those terms. It's just when it's more than 3 years, now we got to get it in writing. We almost always do anyway, but again, it's understanding what we do versus what the statute of frauds and the Connor Act says that we must do. Anything more than 3 years. Usually with more than 3 years, we're dealing with commercial properties. Guys, there are a cajillion residential leases out there right now on a handshake agreement. Any of you? I'd be willing to bet you guys have that periodic. Your lease ran out and now you're just on a month to month, for example. So mostly this is going to apply to commercial because they're just longer leases from the inception. Yeah, Kiki?
So I have a friend that has lived in the house and rented it literally, I'm gonna say probably for like 15 years. She's
Mhm.
still renting this house. So would her lease need to be recorded at this point?
If now, did it start as 15 years? Do we agree from
No,
the beginning?
that
Okay,
that
so
was
they
okay. That was my
that's the
confusion. Okay,
exactly.
so it
we
has to be
probably they
stated.
probably started 15 years ago on a 1-year lease, and then everything was good. So maybe we're renewing it every year. So we don't need to do this until it's 3 years from the inception.
Got it. Okay.
Yep, thank you. All right, guys. So let's talk about next week. We're going to finish up Unit 11. We're going to start with the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. Talk specifically about this. This is a state-specific section, talking about North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. And it better outlines the duties and the responsibilities between the landlord and the tenant. And it specifically talks about what happens if either party breaches or breaks that promise. So we'll look at that. We talk about the tenant security deposit, wrap up Unit 11, then we get into Unit 12. If you're looking ahead, finish 11, 12. After 12 next week, we'll get into Unit 19. Unit 19 is super important, not just for your tests, but also for your new career. Unit 19 is our fair housing unit. So understanding fair housing, I don't know anything that can get you in trouble faster than violating fair housing. So finish 11, 12, 19. After that, after 19, we're going to get into license law and commission rule. And one of the big pieces of license law and commission rule are these comments. We introduced this back in Unit 7, license law and commission rule. And then you have the comments. This is the majority of your state-specific section. So 11, 12, 19, and then we'll get started on the comments next week as well. Please, if you haven't had a chance to look at these comments, please do. First off, it's going to serve as a great refresher. I mean, here's material facts, gets into agency, dual agency, agency agreements. So as we are 2 weeks away and we're trying to finish all this up, wrap all this up, this is a good time to start going back, and these comments are going to start continue to tie everything together for us. So that's what next week's going to look like. I also want to remind you guys, now that we are in November, you guys have a cram course coming up, not this weekend, but next this Friday, but next. So your cram course is going to be on the 10th from 11 to 3. Dr. Bowser is going to do your cram course. I think her focus is mostly on state specific stuff. Maybe she does a little bit of math. But the cram course, I mean, look at the name. We're going to spend 4 hours and try to cram as much information at you as we can to try to help you put it all together. Nobody is required to attend the cram course. It's optional. You can't use it to make up lost time. The Thursday before, on November 11th, I'm sorry, on November 9th, the day before, Lane will email all of you Jane's Zoom link. I'm not going to send it sooner because if your inbox looks anything like mine, it's going to get pushed to the bottom and then it's eventually going to go on the next page and the page after that. So we're going to send it out on Thursday the 9th so you have it on the top of your inbox. Is the cram course going to be recorded? I don't know. But if we look in the cram section, you can see that we have a previously recorded cram course already for you. I think this is Dr. Bowser's back in March, I think, something like that. We encourage you guys to come to the cram course if you can. I mean, it's free. Well, it's not free. It's included in your cost. You've already paid for it. And again, we are, about 6 days away from your exam in this cram course. So please try to attend if possible. If you have any questions, just let me know. Again, but we'll send you Dr. Bowser's Zoom link the day before. The other thing I want to say in my last minute, I got to talk fast. In the Julie section, in the Julie folders, everybody see me? In the Julie folder, you guys remember this whole class is based off of the syllabus. The syllabus is preparing you for the state exam. We also got to get you through my test. So you know what to do for your state exam. What do? Well, that's what we've been doing our time together. 2 weeks away from our end of class exam, we have provided you with an end of class exam review. You want to know what's going to be on my test in 2 weeks? Ta-da! You want to know what's going to be on the retake if you're eligible? Ta-da! This end of class exam review covers both our end of class exam and the retake if you're eligible. I encourage you guys to start looking at this as we are getting closer and closer. We are 2 weeks away. So hopefully this will help you take all the information from the syllabus and help you hone in a little bit more specifically on our exam. As you're going through this, if you come across something that you don't know, what you gonna do? Look it up. Go back. Do not call me and say, Julie, what's a universal agent? What do you think I'm going to tell you? Look it up. We've passed this point, you guys. If you don't have it, I need you to go back and see it. I'm here to help. I'm always here to help. But I need you guys to start really coming in on this stuff. So yes, this is in the Julie folder in the online learning system. This answers the question. What can you expect to see in 2 weeks? Math is on here. 7, 8, 9, and 10. License, law, and commission rule, comments. Here it is. Is that worth keeping you an extra minute? My apologies. All right, you guys. That's what I got. So that's what next week's going to look like. As always, if I can help,